I'll be honest with you, I ain't say this here, you can believe this here. I am a DL. But I would never vote for DLP as long as they can remember how bad things was for me when they was involved. As long as they can remembering that, I cannot honestly go up what I did in DLP after the way that I was treated under them. It's worse. It's worse. I'm telling you, it's the worst time in my adult life.
Afternoon, everyone. Just a reminder, right? Commentary going live from here. So when you join the game, just watch how hard the show is. Because everything could be 20 minutes. Thanks.
So the only thing changed my mind is my brother. It's my brother.
Do you remember that? Give me your bike?
Yeah, I remember. She's on my head of that bag.
Well, 6 minutes there.
We're getting about 155. They got down there 157.
I can look at them balls and see them balls and say the thing.
I talk for everything.
That's another course boy younger than you say you let them do it.
To the meeting.
You should do that this anymore. 62 years old. And it's serious. I got a bit to start to change that.
Simple down. Let's take yeah.
I don't know. Hold on. I understand. Okay then, thank you, bud. Okay. That we can start with. Andy.
Good day and welcome to the Greens playing field in St. George, Barbados for the final of the T20 Play Cup between Prison Officers and St. John Cultural. I have alongside me the match referee, Mr. Dennis DePisa, Kurt Strawn from Prison Officers, and Richmill Jordan of St. John Cultural. Both teams unbeaten coming into the final. One team will have to leave here with their unbeaten streak ended, and will it be the St. John Cultural putting the Prison Officers into solitary confinement, or will the Prison Officers contain the St. John Cultural team? So we're going to jump straight into the toss. Kurt Strawn will flick, and Richmill will do the call. Coat of arms is the call. So Kurt Strawn, Prison Officers, has won the toss and elected to bowl. Kirk, your reasoning for bowling first in the final?
Yeah.
Unbeaten streak coming into the final. How are the boys feeling ahead of this big game?
Obviously, the boys are confident. The boys are really putting in a lot of work. They just want to go forward with cricket, enjoy the moment, and hope the result will take care of it.
All the very best for the final, Kurt. All the best to you. Richmill, batting first. Your thoughts? What would you have done if you had won the toss?
Batting first is not a problem. Batting first is one game.
Yes, absolutely. And you have the addition of Kurt Gibson, transferring from Carlton from last season. How big, important was that addition to your squad for this season?
Kirk has been a major plus. Unlike previous seasons, our batting this year has been a phenomenal one. So again, batting first is not a problem to us. Wicket, good. So, and actually this is the best wicket I've ever seen. First in my life I've seen a hard wicket again, so hopefully it plays well. And we put a formidable tournament on board and look to defend it after.
All the very best. Thank you so very much. So there you have it, folks. The Prison Officers have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Beautiful, beautiful conditions here. It's wonderful, there's no question about that. And we're very much set for the finals of the T-Play. As Taher Bobilia told you, the conditions are ideal. Hello and welcome to the broadcast. Of course, the stream sponsored by the Barbados Cricket Association. I'm Andrew Mason, and alongside me is, we call him the Love Man, of course, Donovan Lovell. Nice to see you, Donovan. How are you?
And not too bad, and good afternoon to you indeed, and good afternoon to all of our viewers, and indeed all set for what hopefully should be a very interesting finals.
So Prison Officers winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Certainly we look forward to a fascinating battle. So Jason Gittins will get us rolling. He'll bowl to someone who is very well known in local cricket. A stalwart once at Carlton, Kirk Gibson. ...170 runs in the competition so far. So, we're seconds away from the start. The weather's good. Here we go with the first ball. Gittins a big strong man. Looks like a heavyweight boxer. Starts with a good tight delivery in the off stump. St. John Culture will be looking for a good start here. Very well bowled indeed. Good length. Donovan just outside the off stump.
Yes, certainly. That two early deliveries, one bang on target, and that one giving the option to drive, but a bit wideish. Gibson trying to get some contact. Didn't. Luckily for him, went through to be taken by the keeper. One with loads of experience, Kirk Gibson.
Yeah, this is a good start. Bang on target, keeping the pressure on. And he's got a ring of fielders in the offside saving one. There's a backward point cover, extra cover, and a very tight mid-off. And his control has been impeccable so far. Well, he got his hand to it. That would have been a stupendous catch.
Looks like Captain Strawn. Looks like Captain Kurt Strawn making a very good effort trying to reel that one in. He's a big guy and really got around quite quickly and got his hands to it. But in the end, a chance given, but a very difficult one.
So Vonrick Nurse. Ball kept not low, but it certainly took a long time to get to the batsman. Maybe some indication that the pitch is not as quick as Nurse would like. He's done well in this competition so far. He's got 230 runs. Highest of 94 in the semi-finals. Information provided by our statistician, Mr. Harold Eastman. Nurse is off the mark. But overall, it's been a very good start. 2 without loss.
Yes, it's a very good start by Gittins on that stump, attacking the middle stump. Most deliveries, chance given, but a very difficult one at cover. Captain Kurt Strawn diving away to his left, trying to reel that one in, but technically it's a chance, but a very difficult one. And a good start by Gittins, a good start from the prison officers, a good tight, in terms of over, a good tight one from Gittins.
So Tevin Lowe is the new bowler. First over just cost 2. Tall and slimly built. Strong breezes coming across the ground. He'll bowl to Vonrick Nurse, who's had a very good tournament. Starts with lovely outswing at Donovan.
Yeah, that one certainly going, starting just on the half stump, trying to lure Von Nurse into that fault shot. But a strong breeze blowing across the ground will assist him too with that outswing to get that ball to outswing. But certainly a good start from Low. And tall, burly, fast bowler. Let's see, in terms of rhythm, a good, decent rhythm. His approach is pretty good. So let's see how he will continue for this over.
This should be the first boundary. Very well played. Has the legs to get there. Yes, it does.
A short delivery, Von Nurse certainly is not going to miss out on that one. And he got into his wicket quickly and pivoted and played that one beautifully through mid wicket. And really, from the time he came off the bat, you heard that nice song. He got it in the middle and simply raced through mid wicket past Captain Kurt Strawn, who could only look as it sped away into the mid wicket boundary. So a good shot by Bonrick, and he's off and running, no doubt, looking to do well in this finals.
More runs. Full toss and put away through cover. That's going to go for the second boundary.
And certainly after starting the over with a good delivery, moving outside the off stump, he's certainly given Von Nurse a couple of gifts there in terms of a short one out, which pulled through mid wicket, and this one fullish in length. And all Nurse had to do is to get some bat on it and easily between cover and extra cover and run away into the boundary for 4. So certainly 2 gifts from Low, and Von certainly would cash in as an adjustment is made to the field by Captain Kurt Strawn.
He's going to strengthen it offside field now. Mid wicket now goes out to extra cover. But there are 2 slips. And that's the line to bowl with the offside bias. Yeah, that was full. That was a gift. And punch through cover. Eyes open very wide. And a lovely boundary to Nurse. That's a loose shot. So having bowled a short ball that was pulled away through mid-wicket, and then a full toss that was stroked to cover. Low is back on that off stump just outside as well, and has done a good job. We want to finish the over strongly.
Yeah, certainly would want not to bowl that boundary delivery. So far 8 coming from the over.
Well, that would have been a question of height there. Umpire Sina Welch, good to see her in the finals, said not out. So 2 gone, 10 without loss.
And that delivery shortish and not making the height that Nurse would have wanted to pull through mid wicket. So he finished well and not bowling a boundary ball, the final delivery.
So Jason Gittins will start over number 3. That's a full toss and put away by Gibson. That'll go out to the boundary and we'll get there. Poor delivery.
Yes, indeed, that was certainly a gift, a full toss, and Gibson quite gleefully accepted that full toss. An easy ball to hit, and with the mid-wicket short, and that's easily sailed over his head and into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So Low, after having a good first over, where only 2 came from it, starts this one with a foolish delivery. Needs now to finish off because of this over for the least as possible in terms of runs.
Good cricket. A little push away in the offside. down to cover, taken off for the run. So Gibson, as we said, formerly played for the Carlton side. So did his partner as well, Von Nurse, played for Carlton for quite a long time. We'll look for second here, and we'll get it two, despite some hesitation. Always two there.
Yes, indeed, a good save in the end by the fielder at cover, diving away to his left, getting his hands on that, and it certainly would have gone for four. So good effort in the outfield, and as Von Nurse continues to look pretty good, looks pretty ominous here, looking to get a big one.
It's really good that these cricketers, having served at the highest level in Barbados, can go back to their communities and represent those communities. Von Nurse is a St. John man, and so is Kurt Gibson. So good to see that they're playing for St. John's Cultural. And that's very well played. Runs. May even contemplate the third, but of course they're not as young as they used to be, so they just settle for two.
Yeah, certainly good chemistry between this pair. They will have played for the Carlton side for many years together, and the chemistry is certainly there. And the Nurse just punching that one off the back foot, and sweetly, and Gibson was ready and eager to come back for the second. So Nurse continues to look good.
Oh, bad work by Mid-on. Allows the single. So, after a bit of a slow start, St. John Cultural has been inserted. 3 gone, it's now 20 without loss.
And it's good to see the crowd that continues to build. It's good to see the cricket in the communities, and of course, as you quite rightfully mentioned, community men in terms Gibson and Nurse for St. John Culture. And it's good to see that these guys are still playing. They've played Division 1 for a long time, and it's really good to see that they're still actively involved in the game. As you can see, the coolers are out, the drinks are out, all set for grand time.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool today. Strong breeze. Every time I come to this ground, greens, you always get lots of wind. Maybe coming off the lovely Caribbean Sea. Here's low to continue. It's gone past the keeper. They look for second, and we'll get it, I would imagine. Yeah. Bottom edge there. Harold Eastman is quick to point out in the big game between Spartan and St. Catherine's. In the first division, St. Catherine's being inserted at 88 for 1. So we'll certainly look at that. Neil Brown is on 55 not out. Former Barbados team cricketer. Very well bowled indeed by Lowe. Tall man gets the ball to leave the right-hander.
Yeah, certainly well pitched up, but that ball swinging, pitch on the middle stump, and Nurse looking to drive. Really good outswing from Lowe. He will have started with a delivery similar to that one, as his length is good in terms of his bowling, and trying to get that ball to just a swing past Warwick Nurse in the end, not getting the edge. So Lowe, pretty good delivery, as you see in the replay. Beautifully done by Lowe.
We look for second here, but of course these guys have got to recognize they're not as young as they used to be, not as young as a Tahir, or of course Donovan, who tells everyone in Barbados that he's on a diet, but there's no evidence to suggest that. 23 without loss. How's the diet going, Donovan?
It's going really, really well. I've lost 3 pounds already, so I'm
Only?
putting in the work. I'm putting in the work, Andrew.
Well, he's lost 3 pounds, Harold Eastman. Have you seen the loss, weight loss? So here's Lowe to bowl for the first time to Gibson. They'll get a single. Jabbar Yard, who played a lot of cricket for the Empire side, fumbling up at that mid-on area. And he's also a very important cog in their wheel, the prison officers. If he gets going today.
Yes, certainly he could be one who can
very
take it away.
dangerous man.
Certainly.
Yeah, Lowe has a plan to bowl wide the off stump, and with a strong breeze coming across the ground, he's been able to get the ball to leave the right-hander. But we want to finish strongly here. He's got 1 ball left in the over. And just 4 runs conceded. So, can he finish strongly here? Yeah, he does. He does finish strongly. It was full. Should have been driven through cover, but instead it went by to be taken by the keeper. So an over in which just 4 runs came. 4 gone. St. John's Cultural being inserted there 24 without loss.
A good over by Giddens and beating the batter of Bonrit Nurse a couple of times in that over, and certainly would be pleased with that over. And Bonrit looking to cash in on those deliveries, not making contact. And he's decided, you know what, the helmet must go, as we see pictures of the crowd. The ladies are here.
Oh, the ladies are here.
That's very, very important.
Definitely.
They're here watching the cricket. That's good to see.
Seems a bit cold as well.
Yeah, there's a slight chill coming across the ground.
Just like.
A slight chill, slight chill. Nothing really to worry you, Andrew.
It's a lovely country ground. There's no question about that. So Bowen is the new bowler. Harold Eastman, our statistician, actually struggled to get here. He asked me during the week, where's greens?
You should have called me for directions. I certainly would have pointed it out to him quite easily. I'm familiar with the area.
So Boyne is the new bowler. They say you should never run on the misfield. Kirk Strawn, or that extra cover fumble. Of course, Kirk Strawn is a member of the commentary team as well. So Dwight Bowen. Very good work indeed by Lowe. Got his body behind that and made an important save. Wides signaled by the umpire.
Yes, Bowen starting down the leg side, a very delivery, and Gibson trying to get some bat on it. Didn't succeed, although did some fine work on the boundary in the end to save that additional 3 runs. So good work by Lowe. 26 without loss, 16 to Nurse, 7 to Gibson.
That's full, and that's been put away. Very well played indeed. It's gone for 6 maximum.
Yeah, gift really, full toss again, and certainly Warwick Nurse, he is not going to miss out on that one and easily tap that one over the wicket as the signal has been changed now to 4. So indeed 4 runs to Warwick Nurse.
Yeah, very full, and good camera work as well. Dropping just inside the boundary. And umpire Junior Grimes, who's doing duties with umpire Sheena Welch, initially signaled 6 but then made the change, quite rightfully as well.
I'm trying to work out what Bowen is bowling, Andrew. If he's bowling off breaks, if he's bowling leg breaks. I know he's bowling full for sure, but funny action so far has not been able to get any deliveries on the stumps. So we watch as he continues.
Yeah, a bit of a brisk, slow medium, almost like Derek Underwood. That's beautifully put. Tumbling save at backward point. Good work indeed. Had that gone past, it might have gone to the boundary. Fielding is so vitally important.
Certainly, that's Austin, one of the younger members of the side, and certainly saving 4. He's at point and just moving quickly to his right. No doubt that would have been a boundary.
Clearly headed down the leg side. That was on a peel more in hope than expectation.
Yes, he's bowling a gentle medium, but he needs to get his direction correct. He needs to attack the stumps a bit more. And if he's wayward with the field he has set, especially in the offside, with point cover, extra cover, no sweeper. Once he can get past the inner ring, Von Rick certainly is going to run away for 4. So he needs to attack that middle and leg stump based on the field he has set.
And that's the line to bowl, bowling outside the off stump. And Nurse has had some challenges with those deliveries, but has been able to put away the bad ball. Like competent batsman he is, with 230 runs in this competition. Very well bowled by Bowen after producing a juicy full toss. He's back on target and ends the over strongly. 5 gone, 30 without loss.
Yeah, good finish indeed, attacking that middle stump. Von Rick Nurse, who's equal to the task. Forward solid in defense. He's on 20, Gibson is on 7, and certainly he wants to be there close to the end, and if he's there along with Gibson, certainly they'll be looking at posting anyway in the region of 160, 170, which would indeed be a pretty competitive score.
All right, so the crowd is very much here. Time for a change of commentator. Tahir Bullier comes the call in as we start over number 6.
Yes, indeed. A good crowd building continues to build good support for the local cricket, and that's indeed good to see. As I say, a pleasant good afternoon indeed to you, Tahir. Really, it's going to be low to continue, and certainly not a bad start. So good afternoon to you indeed, Tahir. I hope you're doing fine. An easy single in the end there. The chemistry between the pairs is pretty good. It was both plays for the Carlton side, and you can see it here without even calling, without saying a word. A ball tapped mid wicket and through for easy single.
Good afternoon, Don, and good afternoon to all the viewers. A good start here from the St. John Cultural team.
Yes, certainly. Well, good delivery from low, beating Nurse outside the off stump. That one starting thereabouts in terms of middle and off stump. He played the shot at it, missed it, and indeed a pretty good delivery by low. So 31 without loss. A pretty good start by this pair, Gibson and Nurse. In the end, good feeling getting his body behind the ball. That's important, and he saved 3 runs.
Yes, so 32 without loss. Gibson, he's on 8. Von Rick Nurse, he's on 21. As Don said, both former Carlton cricketers. Lots of experience across the various levels in Barbados. Low, he's kept it very tight. 2.3 overs, none for 13. Opening the bowling. Any surprise of him bowling his 3rd here, Don?
He's gone pretty good so far. A few foolish deliveries, but apart from that, it's been pretty good.
Down the leg side. Appeal. But not out given by the umpire. Looks like it came off the thigh pad of Kirk Gibson. And well taken from the wicketkeeper down the leg side. And no signal. And not out given by the umpire.
Yes, certainly. 13 runs so far from his spell in 2 overs and 4 deliveries. So it might be a case where he might be a bowler who might struggle a bit to come back for a second spell. So they might give him his full quota.
Low again to Gibson. Tucks him up there. Good delivery. Very, very good length on that middle stump. Not giving Kirk Gibson any room. He likes to play those expansive drives, as you would know, Don, especially when the ball's outside the off stump.
Yeah, certainly. But you see the adjustment was made by Captain Kurt Strawn. Moving the mid-off to long off. That's his favourite area. And trying the best to bowl in between middle and the leg stump. Not looking to give him whiff outside the off stump, beacon free his arms. So that's good tactics by Kurt Strawn, who would know a lot of Gibson as well. Played against him for a while, so indeed that's good captaincy. Good feed placing so far.
Final delivery. And this is the end of the power play as well. And that is flicked away. A lovely shot over deep square leg, and it runs into the boundary. It goes all the way for 6. Umpire Sheena Welch signaling 6 all the way for 6. A lovely end to the power play for Kirk Gibson. 38 without loss. St. John Culture will be happy with this start, down level.
Certainly that ball down the leg side. That's in for the treatment, really. Meat and drink, as they would say, for Kirk Gibson. Getting a chance to just whip that one off the legs, and indeed it travelled far. And there's a pretty decent ground here in terms of size at green, so indeed a good shot. And of course the St. John Culture side would be pleased with the start. Captain Kurt Strawn might be a bit worried at this moment, but at the end of it all, the Nurse on 21, Gibson on 14, 2 experienced players at the top, and that's very, very important. 2 experienced players who've been in the same side of each other for a long time, who knows each other well and complements each other perfectly. As you look to my right, the crowd continues to grow. Tahi, indeed a very, very, very good sight to see people coming out to watch this T20 play final.
Absolutely, it's good to see lots of support for local cricket. This is the 2nd division level, the T20 play final. They're still looking for the ball after that delivery went from 6 from Kirk Gibson, and Harold Eastman is sharing something with him. Makar Haynes, the wicket keeper for the prison officers team. He is 16 years old and he goes to the St. Leonard's School. So that's the thing about this 2nd division level. You have a good mixture of very experienced players, perhaps players who have played at the highest level, even for West Indies, Barbados, the international circuit, first class cricket as well.
Yeah.
And then the youngsters coming through, who in some instances in primary school and then into 1st, 2nd and 3rd, playing at this 2nd division level. Don, I remember playing with you. I was about 10 years old in 2nd division when we won the 2nd division title at Carlton. You had me put at short leg. You told me then, if you're frightened, move. But move and go off the field. But I stayed on the field, and I think I took a catch. I was up at Standard in Orange Hill.
But certainly the importance is always there to bring along some young players, and I did just that when I was captain at the Carlton cricket side. I brought you along with me. I also brought along, I try to remember his name, I think it's Shaquan, I can't remember his last name, a young seamer.
Shaquan Cox.
Yes, we brought him along as well, because you all were the future of the cricket, really, and it's always important to give you the experience from early, and certainly that's what is happening here, and it's good to see.
So there's a change in bowling now. No, sorry, still bowling. No, it's still Bowen in the attack. Dwight Bowen. He's outside the off stump. Swinging there, Von Rittners, but not getting hold of it. Was it a drop catch there, a drop chance?
Well, based on the reactions of the slip fielder, Jabari Yard had on his head still. It seems as though he got a little edge onto it and not taken by the keeper. So that could be a crucial miss. It's Von Rittners, he's on 21. You really want to get him into Pavillion.
Yeah, you don't want to drop Von Rittners at all. So here is Bowen again to bowl to Nurse, and it's down the leg side. A very poor delivery there, and would have been probably 2 wides. Bowen has 222 on his bat, 222. That's perhaps 2 wides there, or 222 wides. Not the best of delivery there.
Yeah, would need to attack the middle stump some more. Zero in on that stump, not giving a Nurse too much whiff outside the off stump.
There's Bowen again, a full toss, and it's driven to cover and beats the man there, and he's going to run close to the boundary, and it goes in. Does it get there? No, just drops just inside, and they come back for 2. And the fielder Carter misfield there, will not be happy with that fielding. Score moves up to 41 without loss. Gibson, he's on 14. Von Rickners, he's on 23. Faced 26 deliveries.
But if you're going to bowl that off something like for Von Rickners, you're going to have the sweeper on the boundary. You have a having back. You can. You have a man at deep mid wicket, Kurt Strawn. He is at after this delivery.
A better delivery there from Bowen and played behind square. They come back for the second. A good call there from Von Rickners. And the fielder low, who's feeling that square leg, he comes around. Your point you were making, Don.
Yeah, so you can ask him if he's going to bowl that middle of the leg, then that is okay. But if he's going to attack the off stump for Von Rick, who loves to drives and cut as well, and then he's going to have that man, should have that man on the sweeper boundary. If he passes it.
Bowen again and flicked away down to the boundary for 4. Poor delivery, poor field set. Von Rickners would take that every day of the week. A very, very poor delivery on the line of the leg stump and flicked off of his legs behind square for 4.
Yes, easy shot for Von Rickners. A ball down the leg side, ill directed, and Bowen here is really all over the shop, as they would say, as we can see this delivery. Easy delivery,
replay
down the leg side, and all Von Rickners had to do was to get some bat on it. So bad delivery again. He needs to adjust his line.
I'm surprised that they're still having this slip. It's the end of the power play and only 3 fielders out. The long off, long on and deep mid wicket. And no fielder out behind square on the boundary and no one out on the offside. The 5 fielders can be out after the power play. So a bit surprised by this field placement from Kurt Strawn, the captain of the prison officers. Bowen again to Von Rick, foolish delivery and played. Bowen down to the long off. Bowen trying to get a hand to it but doesn't. And the fielder Austin, who's on the long off boundary, comes in to pick it up. 48 without loss, 6.5 overs bowled, going at a run rate of 7.02. A strong wind coming from the eastern side of the ground, and that perhaps will play a factor. The clouds are blowing over. There is some threat of rain, and both teams unbeaten in the competition, so one team will have to lose here.
Yeah, certainly
and
sad,
end their unbeaten streak.
Yeah, but it must happen.
Better delivery there from Bowen, keeping a little low, and that's the end of the over now. So after 7 overs, St. John Cultural continue to press on. They are 48 without loss. What will be par score for them? What will they be looking for in the remaining 13 overs, Don?
Anyway, in the region of 160, 170, based on the start, the wickets in hand. The likes are really a dash to come in the side, the young to come. These guys who can give it a clout, really. So in terms of the batting, there's still a lot in the pavilion that can really push it on. Yeah, so really in a good position for sure, and they should be looking to get anywhere in the region of 160, 170, which really should be competitive here.
So there's a change in bowling now.
Lewis to pick it up from the southern end, Von Rickners.
The Harold Eastman saying the Guyanese Terrence Lewis. I believe he's a leg spinner. Yes.
Oh, starts with a good delivery, beating Von Rickners outside the off stump, pushing at that one. A good start for Lewis. Looks like an off-break bowler to me. Let's have a close look. Sweetly driven to the fielder on the cover boundary. A good shot by Von Rickners. The ball given some whiff outside the awesome. The 50 is up. So the 50 up for the St. John Culture side. Von Rickners back for the second. So good looking shot by Von Rickners to a delivery given some air outside the off stump.
Yes, indeed. Von Rickners looking set here. He would want to go on to score a big one. And the 50 coming up in 46 deliveries, 34 minutes, 5 fours and 1 6.
So a good delivery. The ball zooming in on that middle stump. Lewis, pretty good start. Nurse driving that one out to cover again. An easy single at the end, as I said before. The chemistry is there between this pair. So they just tapped that one to cover and they were easily off for the run. As the conditions slightly overcast, but with a good breeze, really no real threat of rain. So I think we should be okay here as the crowd continues to grow, and really is a very, very encouraging sight to see as the adjustment is made and a deep square leg is employed. And he's hitting this one past mid-wicket, and it's gone in to the boundary for 4. So a good delivery, pitched up on the pads. Gibson just coming into this wicket and flicking this one easily and sweetly into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. A good shot to him to take him on to 18, and this partnership continues to grow. This pair continues to do well.
Worrying signs here for the prison officers team. And this is going to be an interesting setup because Kurt Gibson is hitting with the wind as he's a left-handed batsman. So that strong wind coming from the eastern side of the ground. So he just has to pick it up and perhaps get it with the wind. So as you saw there, not putting too much power behind that. A lot of good timing. Here's Lewis again.
That's a good delivery. And again, that one to drift in. With the wind, so indeed a good delivery from Lewis. A good comeback delivery, Lewis. So just tapping it to long on Gibson. Good looking shot. Easy ball given some air again by Lewis. And the over comes to an end. 56 without loss. 33 to Nurse, 19 to Gibson, and indeed a good start for the St. John Culture side, but an experienced pair of opening batters, and it's looking ominous for Kurt Strawn and his men, and they will need that breakthrough to come rather quickly. If not, they can find themselves facing a massive total in the end.
Yes, indeed. As we said, Gibson and Nurse, very experienced campaigners. So they would want to break this partnership. We're just going to go through the scorecard so far. 56 without loss. Kurt Gibson, he is on 19, face 16. Von Rick Nurse, 33 off of 32 deliveries. And the bowling, Jason Giddens, 2 overs. No maidens, none for 12. Tevin Lowe, 3 overs, none for 19. He kept it very tight. Dwight Bowen, 2 overs, none for 16. Terrence Lewis, just that solitary over. Just now 1 over, none for 8. And there's a change in bowling now. Jabari Yard. Jabari Yard is going to be coming into the attack now. He has 6 wickets for the season.
He starts with a good delivery on the on that middle stump, coming forward, pushing it into the offside. Captain Kurt Strawn comes in, does the fielding, but can stop them from getting the run in the end. A pretty easy one. So a good start by Jabari Yard, who has experience playing for Wildy and also for the Empire Club, and who has knowledge of the game, and he would know what he would have to do to contain these batters. So that's sweetly driven, and the fielder on the cover bunk will be coming around to his left, and if he's going to bowl that line and he's going to bowl that length, certainly the sweeper will come into play. So a good field set there by Captain Strawn.
Yeah, more spread field now. The long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and the sweep on the offside at deep cover.
Good delivery into the block hole.
So it looks like he's going to be darting it in here.
Yeah, seriously, he's not going to flight much, I can tell you that for sure. He's going to zoom in at that middle stump. Again, a quickish delivery. No turn, not giving it chance to turn. He's looking to contain here, Jabari Yard. Keep the run flow down. So that's his job, to bowl his 4 so as least amount as possible.
That's going to be a wideish delivery. The umpire signaling wide there. I'm just trying to take it out of the hitting range of Von Rick Nurse.
Again, with pace, through to the keeper. Undriven sweetly, but to the captain, Kurt Strawn, at that mid-wicket area, so he can't score.
So as you said, a big crowd here, and we're seeing some tourists as well. Deep in St. George, I wonder how they found out about cricket up here.
Got a foolish delivery from yard, driven to cover. Fielder couldn't save the single in the end. The ball striking his hands and just going out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. So indeed 61 without loss. A very good start here from this pair. 9 overs gone. So if they can bat normal down to 13 and see where they are, then they can certainly, with wickets in hand at here, certainly look to post that massive total on the board. As you can hear in the background, the music has just begun to play and the crowd continues to come in, and really, as you said, tourists alike setting up for the sun. They're going to enjoy the weather and the cricket. So all set for a fine day's play here at Greens.
Absolutely. Lewis to continue. The off-spin bowler. Ball on the line of the off stump. Warreners looking to come on the back foot, looking to punch that through the offside. And this beats him. With a turn, Lewis again. Number 27 on his back to bowl to Von Nurse. And it's a good foolish delivery. And pushes it in front of point. And he gets a single. Taking the score up now to 62 without loss.
In terms of the ground tower, here's a nice, very, in terms of size, very big ground. Picture not bad. A wonderful pavilion here at Greens.
Lewis again to Gibson. And it's a chance there for a catch, drop catch. It should have been taken there. The fielder looks like Bowen there at mid-wicket. Just went through his hands. Gibson giving him a chance, but Bowen not taking it. And that's the second chance which has gone down. One for Von Rittners, now one for Kirk Gibson. You do not want to drop these batsmen down level, as you said. Perhaps you can get the replay there.
Yeah, certainly that one should have been taken. Not getting enough onto it in terms of power. And the fielder at mid-wicket moving to his left, just pushing his hands up in the air really, but the ball already passed him. That's a chance given to Gibson.
Lewis again to Gibson and pushed away behind point. They will get one. The fielder there comes around, stops it with his foot and get it. So he's really bowling very smart to Gibson, I must say. Not giving Gibson that room to pull it through the legs.
Easy catch really should have been taken.
Should have been.
He seemed to be reacted rather late for that one. So chance given.
Lewis again to Von Rittners. A very, very good delivery. Giving it some flight, dropping it on that very, very good length. And Von Rittners just playing it front. So only four runs off the over. Lewis, this is going to be his final delivery of the second over. He's gone for 12 runs so far, keeping it very, very tight. I'm very impressed with him so far. He would want to close out the over though. Once again, and it's driven through the offside. It will get close to the boundary. The fielder comes around. He gives chase. He gets there comfortably in the end. They get two. And Von Rittners, he moves up to 39. So that is the halfway stage in the first innings, and that will be the water break. 67 without loss. Gibson on 23. Von Rittners on 39. Perhaps you can look at the scorecard and just give some analysis now down level.
Yeah, certainly. Well, a good over by Lewis. A good variations in the end. The over going for 5. In the context of the match, not a bad one at all. He looks pretty good in terms of his approach. Nice high action. Needs to give the ball time to spin. Just don't be afraid to flight it. So he's looked pretty good so far. And indeed, at the half instead, 67 without loss. Indeed, a good start from this pair of Gibson and Nurse on 39 and Gibson on 23. Good foils for each other. Good chemistry so far. And really a good start for the St. George Cultural side. The likes of Jordan to come, Nurse, Dash, Young, and Holder. So the behind is pretty lengthy. And with that start, no doubt looking to get him in the region of 160, 170, or even beyond, which really should be a competitive score.
Yes, absolutely. Harold Eastman sharing with me. The first 5 went for 30. The second 5 went for 37. So they will be happy. So the bowling for the prison officers, Gittins, 2 overs, no maidens, and none for 12. Low, he kept it very, very tight. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 19. Bowen, he was all over the shot really. Perhaps could have gone for a bit more runs, but 2 overs, none for 16. And Lewis keeping it very, very tight. I'm very impressed with him so far. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 14. And Jabbar Yard, that 1 over, for 5 runs. 67 without loss. They've been 5 extras. 10 overs bowled on. I think you're vacating now.
Yes, certainly. I will leave you.
Projected score.
I will leave you with the projected score of probably 170, 178. And I leave you in the capable hands of Andrew Mason, who's going to take over. And I just want to let you know, if you ever need anything in terms of cash, he's a thousandaire, so you can make sure you get it. He'll give you. He's that kind of guy. And you say hello to Andrew Mason.
A good man, Don Level. So Don Level is expecting 175, perhaps 108 runs. That would be in the final 10 overs. The St. John Cultural team would be happy to get that, and even more, they're very well poised to achieve that. 10 wickets in the hut, and Gibson and Nurse very well set. Two very experienced campaigners here. This is the T20 plate final. I'm going to run through the road to the final for prison officers first. As I said, both teams unbeaten. They beat Windward by 9 wickets, Malvern by 6 wickets, Standard by a whopping 110 runs, and then Wanderers, they won by 5 wickets against the Wanderers. And then in the quarterfinal, they beat Ipswich, a comprehensive 10 wicket victory. Ipswich made 146 for 8, and the prison officers, St. John Cultural, chasing it down without a wicket being lost, and then they beat Police in the semi-final. So I welcome Andrew Mason. Both teams unbeaten. A good start here for St. John Cultural, and they will be looking to score a lot of runs in these last 10 overs.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, the start is a solid one, 10 overs, and 2 batsmen firmly entrenched now. Very experienced cricketers would have played at the first division level. And Kurt Gibson, who is on 23, and Vonrick Nurse with loads of experience as well on 39, on a pitch which is pretty good for batting. So we have to see what the prison officers will come up with here. They've got Jabari Yard, who is bowling his trundlers, lots of experience as well, playing for the Empire Club, known more for his batting, so they'll want to try and pull it back, get a couple of wickets to slow the St. John Cultural's team down. But at the moment, 67 without loss is a good start. Well, chance for a catch taken. So finally the prison officers been able to make a catch, actually, in there for quite a long time, and that's the first wicket.
Terence Lewis taking a good catch there on the long off boundary. He's been in the game, he's been bowling very well, and it was in the air for a little while. The wind coming very strong, so those are not always easy, but an important breakthrough right after the break. Kurt Strawn and his men, his troops, will be very happy, removing Kurt Gibson for 23, so 67 for 1. The St. John Culture, perhaps that was not in their plans at the break.
No, it was not. In fact, it came, as you said, immediately after the break, in there for a long time, and the catch taken down at that long on air, kept his eyes on it. Strong breezes coming across the ground, that didn't affect him at all. So the prison officers, through their off spinner, Yard gets the first wicket, and more experience coming to the crease. One who has played for Barbados, Antonio Mears, wonderful cricketer. In fact, there was a time when people felt he might have gone on to have even represented the West Indies with this kind of talent, but never went beyond Barbados. He comes to the crease now.
He has 104 runs in the competition so far. 67 for 1. Loads of experience, Antonio Mears. Loads of experience at the crease now for St. John Cultural.
Well, he almost ran himself out.
Good bit of fielding there. And Boom Boom on his bat, number 88. I believe that's Jason Gittins from the prison officers. Good bit of fielding there. And Antonio Mears, they call him Dixie. He has that on his bat.
But he comes from the neighbouring parish, St. Joseph, which is the smallest parish in Barbados. Of course, we are in Central. St. George. Simply just can't get bat on the ball.
This is good bowling from Yard, darting it in, not giving it any room or any pace off of it, but just darting it in outside the off stump. He's keeping it very tight. So far, he would want to close out the over to Antonio Mears, though.
Well, that's a firm shot. And good work to make the stop. Moving from that long off out towards extra cover.
It's Lewis once again. Can't keep him out of the game at all. 69 for 1. It's good to see the 16-year-old wicketkeeper as well. Andrew, I know you believe in youngsters participating in all forms of cricket.
It's very well played by Antonio Mears. Has always been that elegant, silky batsman. And it was steered away down to wide third man for the single. So, 11 gone, 70 for 1.
And there's 39. He would want to kick on here. He's coming in on the back of a 94 in the quarterfinal, a 54 in the semi-final. So he is in some fine form. Harold will share how much runs he has for the competition. Von Rick Nurse. He has. So Lewis to continue. As we see a replay of the catch.
Yeah, indeed, it was in there. And it came just after the break. Look at that. Keeping his eyes on the ball, moving to his right. And taking a good catch, Lewis. Young man.
So Von Rick Nurse has 269 runs for the competition and counting.
Well, he's in trouble, but gets back. Actually played over that delivery. And the keeper whipped the bails off, but still had enough time to get back into his crease. What has happened here is that the spinners have been able to pull it back quite nicely for the prison officers.
Indeed, keeping it very tight. And they would want to capitalize on this this momentum that they have after the break.
Yeah, Lewis is very, very slow indeed. Ball takes an eternity actually to get to the batsman.
Are you surprised they didn't send in a left-handed batsman, considering to hit with the wind instead of sending Antonio Mears?
Yeah, that would have been an option. Should only be one, but they'll get a second. The man on the extra cover boundary is not the fittest, doesn't have a strong arm. I think they recognize that, and they pushed very hard for the first and then came back for the second.
You know, Von Rick Nurse, many was also surprised that he didn't go on to play at the highest level for Barbados. Andrew, I know you could speak to that, because he is very much still an elegant batsman, the uncle of young Rivaldo Clark as well. So, and he is very proud of him. His family is very proud of Rivaldo and his progress. 73 for 1.
Nurse would want to get a move on here. He's at 41 from 43. And the spinners have really come back into it quite nicely for the prison officers, who are looking to get more success. And that's dragged from outside the off stump. We'll look for a second here. And bad work on the boundary. We'll get a second comfortably. The pressure of running the first one quickly. Back for the second.
Car to the fielder down there. A bit surprised that they have, they've changed it from the super boundary, the two biggest guys on the field, on the super and mid-wicket boundary, but they've changed that now.
That's a very good observation you've made. Might have just had a second there as it went down to wide long on, because those are critical areas and you want to get your best fielders there. Anyhow, 12 gone, 76 for 1.
So Von Rick Nurse, he would want to kick on. He would want to be scoring at above 100 now. Just scoring just under 100, 44 off of 45 deliveries. And Antonio Mears now coming to the crease. He's on 4, he's faced 7. But Von Rick, he needs to be scoring above 100. And as we go now into 8 overs remaining, and they would want to get perhaps up to 160, 170 here. So they would have to kick on and press the acceleration now, or perhaps they may be waiting to the 15th over and then to go berserk, as they often say. But Jabari Yard, he will continue. 2 overs, 1 for 8. He's been keeping it very, very tight.
And that's going to go Out towards the boundary. We have the legs to get there. That's gone out to the boundary and we'll get there. Carter can't stop it. An important boundary by Nurse. Down to that backward point area. Harold Eastman's smile is as broad as Bayfield because he tells me that St. Catherine's in that big contest against Spartan after being 87 for 1. They're now 115 for 6. So they're imploding, St. Catherine's.
Neil Prasad, he has 4 for 39 in 10 overs. He continues his good form. Marathon Ben, he's been having a marathon of a season for Spartan, Andrew.
And you're a Parkite as well, aren't you?
Yes.
Or used to be. All right, so Tahir his smile is as broad as Bayfield as well. Another fumble. Didn't run the first one quickly, but of course these guys are not as young as they used to be, so just a single. So this is the time now when St. John's Cultural will want to just push on a bit here.
You know, Andrew, they often have the conversation around when do you kickstart? When do you wait to the last 5? If you have wickets in the hut, when do you go for that accelerator or go into that 5th gear, as you say? Well, what's your perspective on it?
Well, I think it has a lot to do, of course, with having wickets in hand, and they do. It's not a question of where they're 82 for 5, but that's a beautiful shot. Played a lovely replay there down to backward point for a boundary. Yeah, a lot has to do really with the wickets column as well. Well, that's going to go out towards the boundary and we'll get there as well. A poor delivery, wides. So we have to be very good in terms of control. Yard is down the leg side and goes past the keeper. So we'll get 5 for that.
Warwick Nurse would have felt like he missed out there. Perhaps that could have been on a bus back to the city in Bridgetown. But been missing out. But he still got the 5 wides. And he is on to 49. Can he get his 50 before the end of this over? On 49 is Nurse.
Well, he will look to get his 50 and we'll get it with a wonderful shot. Maximum. High over the top of that long on area. An experienced cricketer. A valuable knock for his side. He goes to 50. Vonrick Nurse. And sets up now his side for a grand finish. Well done to him.
Absolutely. His experience and his good form coming into the final continues. He's really showing he is ahead of a lot of other players at this level. And really a lovely shot over long on. Expansive shot and almost taking the house down there. Hitting it. That would be a wide delivery, is it? Yes, signaled by the umpire. A bit of consideration there. Jabari Yard would not be happy if how this over has gone.
Just get the feeling now that having scored the 50, Vonrick Nurse will be looking to go into second gear here. 13 gone, 7 to come. The team being inserted, St. John's Culture at 95 for 1. Will really want to push on and start to contemplate the kind of score that we're looking for to hear. 95 for 1, 13 gone. What do you think they'll be looking for?
I think they'll be looking perhaps of upward of 170 perhaps. 170 would be par in this position. So that would be another 75 runs to get to that 170 in 7 overs. Very much gettable on this pitch with the wind coming across. Lewis is going to bowl out now. That was the biggest over of the inning. So they would want to get a little more of those overs above 10, above 15. And there's Nurse. A lovely shot. It's going to go all the way. It almost held up in the wind. I thought Austin had a chance there for the catch, but goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, as I said earlier, the 100 has come from grand style, a 6 over that long off here. I think he recognises now that he's got to go into second gear. He was watchful and he's certainly looking now to score off every ball, one would think here. And that 170 that you're talking about, Tahir, is quite likely. Antonio Mears has been quiet so far. He's got 5 from 8.
But he can get going very easily as well. You know what I've liked about Vonrick Nurse's innings is that even though he scored a boundary, even he looks to push for the single or the two the very next ball. So keeping it going, a lot of younger players, they get the boundary or they get the two boundaries and then they give it away, go for a third or a fourth. But he's very, very measured in his approach in this inning so far.
Yeah, it's been a smart knock. I think that's the word that you can describe the knock. The start, he wasn't all that comfortable to the outswinger's ball, but he's grown quite nicely. Antonio Mears has had some challenges so far, the number 3 batsman. He's now faced 10 balls, just got 6. But they've attacked him outside the off stump with a great measure of success.
So the first 50 coming in 46 deliveries, the second 50 in 38. So definitely progressing through the innings, this St. John Cultural team.
There's some frustration for Antonio Mears. Got the bottom of the bat, that went down to a long on and just a single. So 14 gone, 105 for the loss of 1.
So very good start, and continuing from the good start that the St. John Cultural team had. Their first wicket fell at 67, and that was Kurt Gibson. He went for 23. He faced 20 deliveries. He had 2 4s and a 1-6. Meanwhile, Von Nurse seems to be the one to anchor the innings. He is on 64, faced 53. Perhaps he can gun for 100 as well. Who knows? 6 overs left. 105 for 1. So they would definitely want to be kicking on. So that's the end of the bowling for Terence Lewis. That's his spell for today. 4 overs, no maintenance, none for 30. Very tidy and very economical as well. And that last over only going for those high amount of runs.
So Yard to continue. Just a single. They've got Lewis down on the long off boundary, and he seems to be a pretty good fielder. As you said earlier, critical positions, long off, long on, mid wicket, on the boundary. Extra cover. You got to get your best fielders in those positions. Yard in his last over, bowling his off breaks. Big man.
It's going to be interesting to see how they go back to for the last 5 overs after this one. What's going to happen?
Now chance for catch here should be taken. And 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the end he takes the catch. Austin, who's had lots of experience as well, a prison officer. I doing well, having played for my club St. Catherine's. And of course Spartan, then back to Spartan. So I think one will think he may eventually play for St. Catherine's again. But that was down to that backward point area. And it was in, it was out, it was in, it was out. But finally he was able to pouch it. And the knock comes to an end. Beautifully played indeed. Von Nurse opening the batting and ends with a very decent score indeed. And it's 106 for a loss of 2.
A very, very well played innings there from Von Rittner. 64 off of 54 deliveries, some 5 4s and 2 6s. He was there from the beginning, and he would be happy with his not finishing the competition with some 294 runs. He would be happy with his performance in this T20 play, and he would be happy with his performance in the final. And the new batsman is Richard Young, another very experienced campaigner coming to the crease for the St. John Cultural team with number 40 at his back, and Jabari Yard picking up his second wicket, giving that ball some flight, giving it some air, going away from his usual darts that he's been bowling, and he would be happy with picking up his second wicket. 3.2 overs, 2 for 28.
So Young gets off the mark immediately down towards that long on. He would look for second here. Good aggressive cricket. Antonio Mears still very fit. Comes back for the second. Harold Eastman shows me his brand name cell phone and tells me that St. Catherine's continuing to implode. 133 for 7 after being 87 for 1. What's new?
Yard 8 wickets in the competition.
Maybe not as aggressive with the running as they should have been there. Just a single. Well, that's going to go down to that wide third man area. We'll get a second here. Austin is in pursuit. But the prison officer wouldn't mind that. They wouldn't want to concede boundaries here. Last ball of over number 15 to come. The last ball of Yard's spell. It's picked up the 2 wickets. And we'll see a boundary come off his last delivery. That happens so very often. And if you really do some calculation, you'll find that at every level, that last ball produces a boundary. So the over comes to an end. Yard finishes with 2 for 37 from his 4. 115 for 2, St. John's Cultural, with 5 to come.
So as soon as we praise Yard, he finishing his spell with 4 overs, 2 for 37. And as we see a replay of the catch of the wicket of Von Nurse, Yard giving it some air, and they feel that Austin juggling it a few times and then taking it, and in the end. So we're going into the last 5 overs now, as I welcome back Don Lovell, the love man as they call him. He is going to come back into the commentary box, and Andrew Mason, he will come at the end of the innings to do the summary as well. So the latest is 115 for 2, 5 overs left. This is crunch hour now for the St. John Cultural team. They would be very happy with their performance, and the first 6 overs went for 38. After the first power play, they went for 38, and then they were 77 for 2 in the next phase, and now they're going into the final 5 overs now.
So there's a wicket for Boyne. Delivery, Yorker length, delivery really, and getting the wicket. So pegging back the St. John Cultural side somewhat, who really probably had their eyes set on at least 170 and thereabouts in terms of a score that would be competitive. Andrew?
Yeah, that's a very important wicket to get. And a delivery right in the block hole, beautifully bowled. That will make prime time sports tonight. Bowen bang on target. And it sees the end of Young. So they've been able to come back into the match quite nicely. The prison officers having won the toss.
Yeah, certainly after getting that wicket, the vital wicket of Warwick Nurse, who really batted beautifully, played some wonderful shots, and really this crowd here and this massive crowd was really entertained by that knock by Warwick Nurse. It really was a brilliant knock from one of loads of experience, and really would have had hopes of going on, but since then they've been able to pull back the prison officers.
Harley Spin's got some interesting stats. The 10 overs, 67, and in fact the last 5 overs, couple of wickets going down 3, and 48 runs scored, thanks to Harold Eastman, a statistician. That's why we pay you big bucks to produce that kind of information. Harold got a wonderful team. He's got a beautiful lady to his right and a couple of gentlemen as well. I love the ground. I always love to come here. I had some challenges a couple of years ago because I didn't know where the ground was. Like Harold Eastman, who called me yesterday and asked me where's greens. Harold just didn't know where greens is in terms of the venue. But of course, next door you've got prerogative, you've got superlative. That's pretty close to a stalwart in this area.
Go further down, you got St. Jude's.
St. Jude's as well.
Further down, Newberry.
Newberry.
Oh yeah, good area, good people from St. George.
And of course, in case you didn't know, just up the road is a funeral home as well. 116th Street with funeral home. Sure they'll send me a bill for the commercial. But just talking about greens though, because if you drive for about 3 or 4 minutes, you will find the home of Owen Linderson Eswick. Of course, one who would have served with great distinction at the BCL, and Live Vice President of the Barbados Cricket Association. And that's beautifully bowled indeed. Bourne has come back and has done a good job. Lovely outswinger.
Yeah, certainly would want to continue finish off this over in the same vein in which you started.
If he can, because he's limping.
But this is a final. I'm sure he's going to limp right out of that pain. I'm telling you that. There are loads of people watching, so there's no way he's going to come off. He's in a pretty decent over so far, bowling to Anthony Mears, who's on 14. I would need to push on here if they have any hopes again, up to at least 150, 160.
Yeah, this is a critical time here. Bowen has been good. That's played very firmly. Oh, that's gone. Superb shot by Antonio Mears, beaten long off and long on. It was straight as an arrow, reminiscent of what we've seen before. Wonderful player. Austin coming across to his right, down at long off, and low to his left at long on. It was hit with surgical precision.
That's certainly a very good shot from a very talented player. Wrong cricketer. Really, I was surprised that he really didn't go on. Really, he had the talent for it, and it was really sad to see that he didn't. He's a wonderful player.
Just a single. Yeah, you're right in terms of players who you would have thought would have gone on. Antonio Mears certainly one of them. It's also Edison Rock, who
Edison
was another player. Antonio Mears had a stint umpiring and used to be a police officer, or still he is. Is he still? Okay, wonderful. Now that's hit. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. Down on the long on boundary. Low, judging it expertly. Another wicket. And this has been a good period for the prison officers. They've been able to do two things here. Been able to reduce that scoring rate and also at the same time get wickets. And Holder departs. Michael Holder, former St. Catharines cricketer. Pitched outside the off stump, hit away down towards that wide long on area. Wonderfully judged.
Well judged in the end.
By Lowe, taking the catch. So this is the time now for St. John's Culture just to regroup a bit. They've lost a couple of wickets. They lost Gibson for 23, Nurse 64. Antonio Mears is still very much to the crease. And Holder didn't last as long as a Bajan snow cone.
Mears would certainly need to be the player who would push on from here. 4 overs remaining. He's a man as in. He's a man as set really. And as
so there we go. A ball that was dragged from outside the off stump down towards that long on area. Good catch taken, Donovan.
Well judged in the end. And a vital wicket really in terms of pulling the St. John Culture side back. A few quick wickets for the prison officers, and indeed doing a good job fighting back. Antonio Mears is a man here who needs to push on.
So Jason Gittins, whose first overs cost serve, is back into the attack. We start over number 17 now. It's 122 for 4. Ball into Antonio Mears. Now there's another chance for a catch. Catch is taken. Wow. Mears, who wouldn't want to remember this knock today, tomorrow, and I've got my doubts about next week. The ball went down to that long on area. Jomo Holder holding on to the catch as well. And look at their supporters at the ground. They're very happy. The prison officers, they've come right back into this game thanks to the man who's bowling. Jason Gittins. It was on the leg stump, whipped away. And look at that, beautifully judged indeed by Holder down at that wide long on area. And the catch taken. But this is a ground that you want to come on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon. Lovely breeze, some shade, and of course a good clubhouse.
Yes, certainly.
You can also go on the mound as well.
Yes, certainly. As we look to our left, we can see massive crowd in terms of the mounds, and also to our right, family outing is perfectly describes how it is here, and it's good to see everyone having fun. And indeed, the support is there for the prison officers. When Antonio Mears was dismissed, you saw them jumping up and down as though they were at Kuduman, and certainly celebrating that wicket. And they're certainly fighting back the prison officers.
Well, Glendon Dash comes to the crease, another well-known name. You know, when you look at the two teams, Gibson, Nurse, Antonio Mears, Michael Holder, all would have played at the highest level in Barbados. Here's Gittins to Dash. Lowe has been good in the field, makes the stop down that short third man. But we're now to over number 17, Donovan, and when we were on with Tahir, they were going so well that we were looking at 170. I think you'll have to maybe revise that now.
Yes, certainly. We're looking at 140, 155.
No more than?
No more than that.
Okay. And the Love Band normally gets it right on a Saturday. Not quite sure about Sunday, but he always gets it right on a Saturday. So the captain comes to the crease, Rishamil Jordan, and gets off the mark immediately. Good slow delivery. Another player who would have played for YMPC.
Yes, certainly.
As
so
well.
Experience on both sides.
Yeah. A big chat as well. At the toss, he was chatting away, if you know him. Will always tell you where to get off as well. So also there's local cricket on today, the various divisions. But the crowd is a pretty decent one. We've got some tourists as well to our left, coming out to Greens in St. George. A little sneaker single. But importantly, for the prison officers, just to run. They've been able to pull it back nicely. At one stage, the scoring rate was pretty close to 10. Now it's now down to 7.5 with 2 to go in over number 17. It's 125 for 5. Of course, this stream all over the world, and also joined by Andy Thornell, who's doing the BCA radio show, coming to get some reports. So we welcome you, Andy, and the many listeners and viewers. Look for single. Woo! At that hit, I think Jordan might have been in some trouble. Strawn came in from that short point area.
Rather quickly to him, Assad, for the big guy, Kirk Strawn.
Yep.
Looks nimble.
Yeah, he's having ample girth nowadays as well, Kirk Strawn. Wonder what these guys are eating.
He also told me he was going to start his diet.
Well, I think he should.
From Monday.
No, I think he should start today. Of course, there's so much sport on, rallying, cricket. Don't think, is there horse racing today? No horse racing today. No ball is called. This will be the first, I believe.
Free hit.
Free hit as well. Horse. So of course our Lisa moves the big horse racing tells him at the end of the season, and will resume at the end of this month. Of course, the Champions League is on as well today. Tahir Bulbulia, who's a Man United man. Wonder who he's supporting today. That's flat batted. Lewis makes a good save. Now they really should have gotten 2 runs there.
Well, every run is very, very important here. That really should have been 2 runs.
Yep. So the 17th over comes to an end. That rate continues to drop. It's now 7.59, 129 for 5. Let me remind you that the prison officers won the toss and chose to field. In fact, the first 10 overs produced 67 runs, but a wicket fell in the 11th, and that breaks sometimes breaking concentration. And ever since then, it's been a tremendous show. Good gathering as well, the main pavilion. Is this a sports council ground as well?
Yes, certainly it is.
Okay, so you should know being a sports council
well maintained as you go on the inside. Is really well kept.
Okay.
As all our pavilions are, with our workers who make sure
Right.
to keep the standards high as we do at the National Sports Council, Andrew.
You got several pavilions across the island?
Yes, please.
Okay, about what, 10 or so?
Pardon me?
About 10 of them or more than that?
But more than that.
More than that.
Yeah.
So Bowen to continue, and you know, ever since the departure of Von Nurse for 64 from 54 balls, they've struggled here. The St. John Culturals team, we're into over number 18, and they're 129 for 5. But I can't help but recognize the decent crowd that is gathered here. One would imagine that you'll get more. Of course, fairly well promoted. Lovely promotion by the Starcom Network, which is the #1 station, so you expect people to come and watch the cricket. That's going to be called a wide by umpire Welch. Of course, we're going to keep going. When the end is finished, we're going to go back to the plate finals last year. Mr. Green and his team will be able to give that to you. Should only be one, and it is. Austin down at the long on boundary. They've got two good fielders patrolling long off and long on. Lowe has been brilliant.
Excellent work.
Done it long on. I would think that the prison officers will be happy to maybe chase 145 here, which would represent a good comeback for them, because at one stage it looked as if St. John's Culture would have gotten over 170. Can't score. Good dot delivery. Strawn, the captain, comes in from the wicket to pick it up and applauds his bowler. Bowen, who has been on the money here, has picked up 2 wickets, looking to finish strongly. There are 3 balls left in over number 18. Just a single. They look for second. They should get it. Always 2 runs there. Ishmael Jordan, the captain, doesn't seem to like to run, and it was a dash who forced him to dash for the second.
They're really 2 easy runs. Big outfield. The ball going right down to the cover boundary. 2 easy runs.
Hold him! Fantastic delivery, bang on target, and Dash's leg stump has been disturbed. This is a tremendous comeback by the prison officers. They're on the hunt, and they're catching as well. Wonderful work. Right on target. And St. John's Cultural are not doing well at the moment, but a great comeback. Ball pitched right up. There was a bit of in-swing as well, and he lost his leg stump. Good work again by Mr. Green and his team. Dash departs. His contribution is only 5. 17 overs and 5 balls gone. St. John's Cultural in trouble. They won 33 for 6.
And indeed, this is really good cricket in terms of the prison officers. When Von Nurse and Kurt Gibson were on the run, they kept their heads really. I miss some bad bowling from them in the beginning, but they never let that phase them, and they remain in the game. And once they got the wickets of Gibson, and then the wicket of Von Nurse, since then they've been able to peg the scoring back The feeling have been stepped up a bit, and the catching has been wonderful, and they've really put the screws on the St. John Culture side. Indeed, a very good comeback from the prison officers, staying with the game and reminding themselves, you know what, there's a final, we can't give up, and really they've done a wonderful job to put themselves back in this game.
So Jamar Hollinsworth is the new batsman coming to the crease. He's got the responsibility here to try to get as many runs as possible for St. John's Cultural. Here's Bowen to bowl to him. Bad delivery. Would he be disappointed with that? They'll look for a second. Should get the second, but the captain actually turned his back on Hollinsworth. So a wide signal by the umpire. They ran one, so that will be 2 credited to St. John's Cultural.
They were 106 for 1, and now they've lost their last 5 wickets for 27 runs.
Yeah, tremendous work.
Good fight back with prison officers.
That's a loose delivery. That's been put away. I think that Bowen will be very, very unhappy. And yet again, the last ball of an over producing a boundary. And that was outside the leg stump. And all the batsman had to do was to get back into that. So an important boundary. 18 gone, 139 for 6.
We need a free hit heading down the leg side, and the captain, Jordan, really, as you quite rightfully said.
Yeah, it was a delivery that was badly lined. Look at that. It was outside the leg stump. All he had to do was to get back into that.
Certainly did.
And it goes down by the old house on the far side of the ground.
A welcome boundary.
Welcome boundary indeed. St. George, of course, lots of wonderful people in this parish. In fact, at one stage in terms of politics, the determination of who would run the country, you had to just go to St. George North or St. George South. So it used to be a pointer, a barometer. Now Bowen will make that Gittins to bowl his last over. Just a single. So they've gone to that 140. The projection at one stage was 170. But if they can bat the remaining balls, maybe pick up another 10, 15, they could.
155.
Yes, they could maybe get a score that they'll think that they could defend, but you never know. Gittins would love to exert more pressure. He's bowled that slow ball very well, Gittins. As we said, a strong breeze is coming across the ground.
With a slight chill.
Slight chill, of course. The neighbouring parish would be St. John and also St. Joseph, I would imagine. Yeah. Deep in rural Barbados. Again, not aggressive going for that first run. It's a basic mistake that is made, really, because you're going to run the first one quickly and look to see if the field is fumbling and look to maybe come back for the second. That didn't happen. With 3 balls and 3 runs, St. John's coach will be looking for a boundary here. They look for a second and should get it comfortably. Back for the second. The captain, Rishamil Jordan, is at the crease. It's now gone into double figures. I think the neutral will be looking for a grand final, maybe a win off the last ball. More runs. Important boundary as well. Badly lined. All he had to do was to get better than that. These are important runs for St. John's Cultural. And this also represents an important partnership as well. It's only 15, but in the context of this innings, it's a vital partnership.
Certainly very important runs. The one off the inner edge, going between, looks like the bat and it's hitting the pads, going between the bat, going between the pad and the stumps, and in the end getting a vital boundary. So Captain Jordan fighting on, looking to see if he can get up to that 155 mark.
So 150 beckons here at greens. And that's a much better delivery. The last ball, not a run scored, but in the over he would have been disappointed with his fifth delivery, which was outside the leg stump. So we've now completed 19 overs, and the happy hour very much on. St. John's Cultural being inserted at 148 for 6.
Yeah, certainly this last over, the need to get at least 10 runs from it, really. The runs could prove in the end to be very vital, those ones that were given away in the latter stages of this innings. You never know, but the runs on the board in the finals, I always say, runs on the board in the finals are runs on the board, and you really have to get them chasing in the final amidst pressure. So you never know, with a few early wickets, you never know how the prison officers can go. As the crowd continues to mingle, it continues to grow. As you can see, the coolers are out, the balls are out, everyone is having fun. The sun is also out with us, so indeed a brilliant day here for Cricket at Greens. A picturesque atmosphere here, Andrew.
And Oliver Clark, you can see him there, hands in pocket, a former cricketer for the prison officers.
Side, yeah.
Retired now.
Spinner. Yeah.
Very good left arm spinner.
Oh yeah.
I actually thought he was good enough to have played first division cricket. Beautiful flight. So the last over is about to be bowled. It's Tevin Lowe back into the attack. He opened the ball in. Bowls him. Bang on target. The off stump has been disturbed. And Lowe continues to have a very good game. He's on a high. 148 for a loss of 7.
Yeah, certainly doing well, Lowe. Back into the attack. Final over. Bang on target at those stumps. If you miss, I'm going to hit, is what he was saying. And he certainly hit. As we see the replay, looking to hit that one. Somewhere over long on. Missing it completely, Hollingsworth. And the stumps are rattled. So Lowe continues to do well. The prison officers continue to fight back, and indeed will be proud of this performance so far.
Yeah, Lowe has been very good. There's no question about that. And look at that, right and target, a bit of in swing, and that ball started maybe just outside the off stump, came right back and disturbed the middle stump. Kevin Padmore is the no batsman coming to the crease. Of course, the name Padmore is very well known in cricket circles. There was an off spinner who, of course, played for the West Indies. O'Neill Padmore, of course, a name that is very well known to us. But we're talking about Albert Padmore, who would have played for the Empire Club and for the West Indies as well. Wonder if there's any relation. Here's Lowe. Good bowling. So we've had 2 balls in the last over. Not a run scored, a wicket going down. And this represents a good start to the over. Prison officers looking to keep St. John's Cultural under 155 here, and some changes being made in the field.
Yeah, Kurt Strawn, Captain Strawn, he's bringing the sweeper up to cover. It looks like he himself, he's coming into the offside. So there's a cover, extra cover.
Just wondering what is this position in the field? Is he just the captain? Does he bat? Is he a decent batsman, Kirk Strawn?
Kurt Strawn, yeah, he's pretty good, a good seamer, and he can get
Didn't bowl
30
today.
for you.
Just a single. course, when you talk about St. John, talk about Jeffrey Reed, who went to the Great Beyond recently. Sunrise, of course, 7th October 1953. Sunset, March 23rd. This year, Jeffrey Reed, a tremendous stalwart at St. John's Cultural. And I'm sure they would want to win it for him.
Yeah, very good guy. If you met him, a decent gentleman, friendly. I was willing to have conversations with you, knowledgeable of the game as well. And he would be sadly missed. May you rest in peace.
Yeah. Lunchtime now as well. Good gathering here at the ground. Of course, you can see the shirts with the picture of Jeffrey Reed. Wonderful man.
It's certainly lots of support, lots of people who have been blessed to have known him.
Yeah.
Gentleman.
Jordan, the captain, could be caught. He is. Yes, he is. Caught down at cover. More pressure for St. John's Cultural. And this has been a very good response, because at the halfway stage, 67 10 overs gone, and with just 2 balls left, St. John's Cultural find themselves in some trouble at 149 for 8. Well done to Lowe.
Jordan looking to push on, obviously have, as the replay shows, and he looking to hit that one for 6 for sure. No choice really, had to push on with 3 deliveries remaining, and in the end being caught. But really 149 for 8 will represent a really good comeback from the prison officers, and indeed a job well done to them with 2 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, in fact we've had some 4 balls in this over, just a run, and of course 2 wickets as well. And this man Lowe has been brilliant, right on target, and the captain departs. His stump's been rattled. So Adrian Howell comes to the crease, and Tevin Lowe with his tail up. 2 balls to come. Very good delivery. Just a single down to that position of short third man, a leg by signal. So the 150s come up eventually. At one stage we were saying when Tahir was on that they might have gotten another 20 or so runs, but it's been a good comeback by the prison officers. So 1 ball to go, and Kevin Padmore will want to hit this ball out of greens. Of course Lowe will want to keep it tight. Last ball. And he's very successful. Oh, the keeper misses the stumps. They look for a second here. This is not good cricket at all on the part. I mean, it's really not smart cricket at all. In the end, they will get a bonus run. Keeper did not take it. Had all 3 stumps saying that couldn't hit it. Maybe as a youngster never threw rocks into the mango trees. But in terms of the overall performance, 20 gone, 152 for 8, which really represents a good comeback by the prison officers.
Yeah, certainly well done to the prison officers. Really with Following Nurse on the go, also Kurt Gibson on the go. They stuck to their guns. Lowe, he had a pretty good spell, and aided better by Gittins, and the others really missed a few bad deliveries, but in the end stuck to their guns. Just kept they cool, they kept their heads on, and really after being 106 for 1 at St. John Culture, then in the end 152, the prison officers would feel that they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, in fact the first 50, 46 balls, 5 fours and a 6. The second 50, 38 balls, 2 fours and 1 6. And Harold Eastman tells me the third 50, 44 balls and 4 fours. So when you look at that, with Gibson making 23, and Nurse 64 to give them a very good start. But then Mears 19 from 18. That's where it started. Dash towards the end got 5 from 6. Jordan 15 runs from 11 balls, and slowly but surely the prison officers were able to reduce them to 152 for 8 after 20.
Yes, certainly a good effort in the end, as I said before, after the good start. I see John Culture having a very good start with Vonnegut Nurse and with Kurt Gibson, and really a good job to peg them back.
But the damage really done by Lowy was brilliant, picking up 2 for 22 from his 4 overs. Giddens I thought was good at the top, 1 for 28 from 4, but then Bowen 3 for 33 from 4. Yard was decent, picking up 2 for 37, and Lewis with the slow off breaks didn't get a wicket, conceded 30. So when you look at it overall, prison officers will be able to pull it back, and Harold Eastman, the statistician, tells me that in the last 5 overs 47 runs scored and as many as 6 wickets fell.
Yes, certainly good effort in the partnership, as you can see. 67 between Gibson and Nurse, very important. Then Nurse and Mears 39. But as you go further down, nothing really to talk about. 9, 7, 0, then 11 between Jordan and Dash. Jordan and Hollingsworth 15. And by then the screws were already tightened really by the prison officers. Indeed, a very good bowling effort from them, and they will figure that they're in with a shout, chasing 153 to win.
But Nurse got 64, loads of experience. Gibson 23. Mears laboured 19 from 18 balls. Jordan an important 15 from 11, but the bowling was good. Bowen was brilliant, picked up 3 for 33 from his 4. Lowe, who came back and picked up a couple of wickets towards the end, 2 for 22. Yard with his off breaks, 2 for 37, and Gittins 1 for 28. So when you look at this overall, Donovan Lovell, who joins me to do an assessment of this game so far, you would think that St. John's culture 152 is not a bad score. It's one you can defend, but at one stage it looked as if they would have been looking for another 170 or so, maybe 170 or so.
Yes, certainly. With the start from the old stalwarts in terms of Gibson and Nurse really starting really well, and they were really going good guns. They were also getting the 1s and 2s along with the boundaries, and they were knocking away the bad balls, and they were scoring freely. At that stage we were saying 170-ish. They really should get up to, but for the time they lost Gibson and then Vonnegut Nurse, the prison officers felt, you know what, we're here with a chance, we're going to put some pressure on. Some good bowling from Lowe, backed up with some good bowling by Gittins, and good catching in the field. Really, they would figure we've done very good to restrict them to 152.
Well, of course, in terms of the pitch, your assessment of the pitch so far?
Early, a few balls were look as though they were stopping a bit. So it tells me that even though it was hard, it was just a cap, but underneath it was not really that solid pitch. So you had that cap, which might have suggested that it was hard, but those 2 deliveries would have told me, look, a few balls stopped. But Vonnegut Nurse, being the experienced player that he is, he just decided, you know what, it's a slowest pitch. He got close to the deliveries that he wanted to score off of, and that was very, 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 very important. So experience there was very, very, very important, along with Gibson. And the chemistry was also there. They played together for Carlton for a long time. They could have seen it. They just touched the ball in the offside, and quickly, without even saying a word, they were off for the 1s. So indeed, intelligent batting by that pair.
So the news then that this wonderful venue, Greens in St. George, you really should come and watch some of the action. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. The prison officers winning the toss but electing to bowl, and St. John's Cultural 152 for 8 at one stage. It looked as if they might have gotten maybe 20 runs or more. That didn't happen thanks to some good bowling by the prison officers. Stay with us, because what we're going to do now, we're going to go back to the finals last year of the T20 plate.
From the middle is that North Stars have won the toss and have elected to take first knot on a good batting strip. And another short delivery. It's pulled through mid-wicket, and that will be the first boundary.
Trying to be veering his pace a bit. Lovell this time he's going a bit shorter. There's no one over the mid-wicket area yardie, so the batsman should be looking for a few here. It's gone pretty close to the boundary, and it's gone into the boundary for yet another boundary.
Victory over Princess Margaret, a delivery which is steered and unbelievable. That's inconceivable, and the pain that a sitter like that could be dropped.
And top and tread again on the front foot.
And now he's on to the front foot and runs the ball down between the gully and the third man down to the boundary. Beautiful control shot, and the price you pay when you drop a sitter. When that comes off against Malvern. And here is a delivery which is just steered past the slip and badly fielded by the fielder, who runs it all the way down to the boundary and into the boundary for 4. Now starts getting the experience right here. The drive through the covers. Lovely shot for 4. Clark into Gibbons, and he pulls out the slog sweep down through mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. As here is Clark in it. We push through, and again the slog sweep comes out, and the same results. And he gets an educated edge and a poor bit of feeling, poor bit of feeling by Zandre Baptiste. Here is Bellamy. His first delivery is short. The edge is taken and over the head of the keeper, a leaping keeper, and into the boundary.
Both batsmen without a helmet on, and he just continues to.
And now an easy dismissal, Andy Payne, the 1-2 of cricket. You soften him up with a short delivery, then you give him a half volley, and he hits it straight to Raphael Lovell. Bellamy starts in from the north, on the way into bowl to Jeff Yearwood. The delivery down the leg side, he loses the keeper and goes all the way down into the boundary for 4 leg byes. Lost his mum during the course of the week. Short delivery, cut away over third man down to the boundary for 4.
Fighting his way back and putting some good deliveries together there to bowl at Jeff.
And you bowled him! That was always on the card, Andy Payne. There is Jefferson Gibbons. He didn't look right in the last over and a half. As I said, the age barrier simply showing.
Saw the youngsters up against the Corner Hunt Sports Club. Oh, another bit of bad feeling on the mid-wicket boundary. Another shortish delivery in the air, down to the fielder on the 5 leg boundary, and the catch taken. Bellamy in his final over. Campbell is caught behind, shaken up, and then the short ball outside the off stump, chasing it, and giving an easy catch to Seth Smith behind the stumps. And another wicket for Bellamy, who has been very impressive this afternoon. He's into his final over, 3 overs and 4 balls, and he's now picked up his 4th wicket, and he's conceded just 13. But the old 1-2 card trick, the bumper, and then the one to make you play a shot. Oh, that's a fine shot. Using his feet and swinging it away through backward the square. Given by Adrian Jones. Looking to swing it through the leg side was the Pisa, struck on the pad. But no worries, Harold. In the next 9 overs, 42 for 5. And a brilliant catch down on deep mid-wicket. That is a stunner of a catch. Running around the boundary about 10 yards and with one hand plucked it out of the air. And that was really a fine catch by Kevon Hines. We're back live. Loose delivery from Lovell wide, and also gets 4. So that'll be 5 runs. So end of a pretty tidy over that from. Sorry, he's out caught at mid wicket. No, that was taken so easily. Wasn't sure about that one.
Looking to go over the wicket region. I got as far as short mid wicket. So the pressure really telling here.
Get in and quickly get on with it. This one is in the air. And the boundary there for Mears. No, they don't. Here's Carrington. And this one drops just short of the fielder on the long on boundary. And he has been. Is Mears run out? Yes, he is. That's in the air. That's a big hit. The first 6 of the innings.
In the cave. So indeed it was an experience for me.
And that'll be a boundary for Brown. As a delivery there from Roach. Going searching. And Brown getting the outside edge.
Being a very competent umpire.
As we have a look at it again. Rodney Brown, well, a very flamboyant stroke, but it's in the air. The fielder running in off the boundary. Raphael Lovell and taking a very simple catch, winning the toss and choosing to bat. And they finish on 121 for 9 from their 20 overs. North Stars.
Maize Queen's College require 122 if they're going to lift the 2024 BCA plate T20 competition.
Carried on, so he should have looked to capitalize. Thank you, man.
So that's the fall of the first wicket.
Spend some time in the middle.
Maybe slash square for 6. Unbelievable. An absolute sit. In the air, chance for a catch. The field is under it and the catch is taken.
Aggressive. So you just brought the man out of that leg side into slip.
And I think you will need to move the man from slip and send the man over the road because that's gone all the way for 6. And now he bowls a short delivery. And that has gone also to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, what?
4 more.
Hit straight over the bowler's head and into the boundary for another 4. So a delivery work down to fine leg. Into the boundary for 4. And he paying the importance of a right and left hander. Swept away, a freebie, slapped down behind square for 4 by Zandre Baptiste. And he slashes it through the offside. That's his 50. Beautiful innings by young Nicholas Thorne. He reaches his 50. His 50 is coming off 25 deliveries, 40 minutes, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Once again, 50.
Punch through the cover area.
Oh, unbelievable, Andy Payne. Unbelievable. A nothing shot. Forced through the offside. And a poor bit of fielding by DePisa.
Batting pretty well.
Nice shot there from Zandre Baptiste. Will get a boundary.
So indeed he's bowling pretty well.
Using his feet there, Baptiste, and the ball goes bouncing down and goes through the fielder and into the boundary for 4. Well, you're gonna get that at this time of the year as the 100 comes up for the Maize Queen's College team. There's no need for all of that. Play ordinary cricket, play just the normal cricket, and he goes back to a short ball outside the off stump and gets it away through backward point for 4. See? That'll be 4.
Lord.
And that's in the air and will be taken. Shouldn't be. They've been pretty successful throughout the tournament. Oh, that's a boundary. Misfield there on the cover boundary. That should be it. A boundary to the 5-leg Queen's College. They've completed the victory here this afternoon in the BCA T20 plate final.
Hello and welcome back to the Greens playing field for the final of the T20 Plate Cup between St. John Cultural and the Prison Officers. As we know, the Prison Officers won the toss and elected to field first and putting St. John Cultural to bat. St. John Cultural amassing some 154 runs for 9 after being 106 for 1. They would have faltered a tad bit in that last 5 overs. I am Tahir Bulbuli and I am joined by the Honourable Minister of Sports, Minister Charles Griffith. Welcome to commentary, Minister. How are you doing?
Thank you. I am blessed, giving thanks.
Yes, have you ever done cricket commentary before?
No, I have not. Andrew Mason had me in the box a couple of times, but no.
Lovely. I remember, I think when you first became the minister, I did an interview with you at Kensington Oval when New Zealand was here. So, a lovely shot there. What a shot there from the young batsman Haynes. Pulled over mid-wicket. Elegant shot. He held the pose and it runs into the boundary for 4. 5 without loss. The Prison Officers, they would want a good start here, chasing 153 for victory. Howell is the bowler and Macaria Haynes, young 16-year-old batsman. He goes to the St. Leonard School, rocking back and pulling that over mid-wicket for 4. He has 111 runs for the competition. The young batsman, wicketkeeper batsman opening the batting. He goes to the St. Leonard School. Kevin Padmore is the bowler. Medium pace. Adrian Howell, I beg your pardon, is the bowler from the opening bowling for the St. John Cultural team. He will look to get some early wickets. So as I said, we have the Minister alongside me. Minister, why competitions like this are so important? The mixture of the youth and the elderly playing, experienced players who have played for Barbados and West Indies as well, playing in the 2nd division. It is a very important part of the development of cricket. As you see, that delivery is punched in front of point for 1.
Yeah, I believe it is necessary because we need to have the older guys come back and mentor some of the young ones. I'm starting a T20 competition shortly. That the focus is exactly that, to have a mixture of youngsters and a blend of the older ones to be able to come back and mentor and to talk about life.
A good delivery there from Howell on the line of the middle and off stump on that good length, and the batsman Joe Moholder just playing it forward.
Yeah, this is good. I know that St. John Cultural also at some points in time they have youngsters involved in the process, and I think that is the way it should be.
Here's Howell again, and that's cut away behind point. It's going to get close to the boundary, and it goes for 4 now. Not a good delivery, and slashing outside of the off stump there is Holder. He gets his first boundary. He has Rambo at the back of his at the back of his shirt, and it goes into the boundary behind point for 4. So that's the end of the first over. 10 without loss. Holder is on 5, and Haynes, he is on 5 as well.
Yeah, despite the start by the Prison Officers, I expect St. John to win because they reach here being unbeaten. And the fact that this is still the gathering month of May, what a good way to close off the month by having a victory for St. John.
Absolutely, absolutely. We gathering all year round activities going to each parish, and I've heard St. John has put on an excellent showing for the entire month. And I know, Minister, you're very keen on community development, sports being at the heart of that community development, and it would be good for St. John to cap off a victory. Lots of experience in the St. John team. Vonrick Nurse, he top scored with 64. Lots of experience he has playing at various levels. St. John man himself, Vonrick Nurse, you'll be familiar with him, and he is also mentoring a lot of young players as well.
I agree. I believe the experience of Vonrick should come into play. He's been playing at a high level for a very, very long time. So I suspect that he'll be able to lend some assistance in the field in terms of motivating and helping to guide the guys across the finish line.
So Richard Young is the new bowler. Number 48 on his back. He looks like he's going to be coming off of a two-step. I'm not sure. Is he a spin bowler? Not sure. For the St. John Cultural team, he would want to perhaps get an early wicket here for the St. John side. Put the prison officers on the back foot a tad bit. Prison officers winning the toss, electing to field first, having a chase. And here is Young, off spinner. Flighted delivery, well bowled on the line of the off stump, and Young Haynes is forward, playing it to short cover, and there's no run. So Charlie, Richard Young, on his back, and he will be looking to pick up an early scalp here. They would want to get some early wickets to get into this prison officer's middle order. They have lots of experience as well. Here he is, a good looking cover drive. Oh my word, what a shot there from the young man. An elegant shot through the cover area. It goes into the boundary for 4. That looks so eloquent. My oh my, not a man move. Your thoughts on the shot there, Minister?
Yeah, class, all class. I'm hoping that we can get a breakthrough quick, fast, this over, because you know we're bleeding right now.
Oh my, a lovely shot there. Looks a lot like Shea Hope. This young Macariah Haynes, St. Leonard's student, 16 years old, and he's opening the batting for the prison officers. Here is Young again, and that is pulled away now. Oh my, a short delivery, and not a man moved again, and he rocked back and pulling it through mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. Poor bowling here from Young, not the start he would want, and that would be easy pickings all day, every day for the young Haynes. He moves up to 13.
I'm pleased that the youngsters performing like that. I think that these talented ones should be nurtured, and talent identification is really important in terms of all the sports, but in cricket where we need to rise again, I think that it is good that we have a youngster with this kind of skill sets performing.
Absolutely. So they're still looking for the ball, I believe. And this prison officers team, they would want to perhaps get about 40 to 50 runs in the power play. At the end of the power play, I believe St. John Culture were 38 at the end of their power play, so they would want to get ahead of that in case the rain does come down. Lots of wind coming from the eastern side of the ground from St. John, I believe, and it's very, very high wind. So here's Young to continue. 18 without loss. A big crowd here gathered at the Greens playing field, and it's good that we have these finals played in a community-based ground. And it is in the air, over cover. They should get 2. They have a fielder down there now, and the throw comes in. It's a direct hit. Is it a run out? Umpire Sheena says not out. It was a direct hit, and I would really love to see the replay on that to see how close that was. But I don't think the batsman was expecting a direct hit there. Perhaps we can see the replay on it shortly. But they get 2 in the end. Haynes looking very strong through the cover area. They have the long off and the deep cover now. So Young, he would want to look to put it through the outside the off stump. And Harold Eastman is telling me now that the bail is broken, so there's a need for a replacement bail. So, Minister, I know you have to leave. I know you have a very busy schedule. Any final words?
Yeah, well, like I said, I fully expect St. John to take away this. One of the things that I'm noticing that I'm pleased about is the fact that there's a female umpire in this game, and I think it is critical that we also engage the females in terms of officiating, because we can, have some of these females across the region, and who knows, maybe at the international level. So this is a positive as well for finals.
Absolutely. So thank you for joining us, Minister. Keep up the good work, all the very best, and I know you will be rooting for your side, St. John Cultural, to come out in the end. So all the very best, and take care. So the bail has been broken, so the replacement is coming. And 20 without loss. 20 without loss. Haynes, as you see the replay of the run out chance. there. The direct hit from the deep extra cover area. And let's see if there was indeed a run out. And grounding his bat away in time. Poor running. He should have slid his bat in. Perhaps we can get the replay again and slow it down a tad bit. That is not how you run and close off your run. You would want to slide your bat in, because if it was a second earlier, perhaps we could have seen a run out there. Not good running from Holder, but he gets away with it. As I welcome Don Level to the commentary box. Let's look at it there again. Not good running between the wicket. It's very, very close. He should have slid his bat in. Perhaps, you never know. The bat may stick in the ground or something. You would want to slide your bat in. So 20 without loss, 1.4 overs bowled. Perhaps a breaking momentum there. This young man Haynes, he looks very elegant indeed. Don, have you ever seen this young Macari Haynes bat?
No, first time, but I'm very impressed. Some lovely strokes so far.
Here's Young again, and that is heaved away behind square. It's going to get close to the boundary. I don't think it will get there. They should get 3 as the Holder is coming back for the 3rd, and that now takes the score up to 23 without loss. Haynes, he is really giving them a good start. 18 off of 8 deliveries. Looks very composed at the crease and really playing some good shots, elegant shots, as we welcome Don Level. 13 off of this over. Young, he would want to at least finish with a dot or a wicket here.
Certainly a very good start for the prison officers. Momentum, they've finished the momentum in their favour, and it's going straight into the batting. It normally happens, but certainly the youngster looks pretty good. Haynes, he looks pretty good. He's pretty positive in the stroke play, and that's pretty good. The running between the wickets too, very important, and you will realise when the St. John Culture side batted a lot of runs they refused to take, and that could prove to be very vital.
A good flighted delivery, slowing it up there a bit more, and Holder, he went back to perhaps cut it behind point, but no runs. So that's the end of the second over. A good start, an excellent start actually from the prison officers. They are 23 without loss, chasing 153 to take this T20 Plate Cup.
Yeah, certainly a very good start by this pair. Young Holder, young Haynes, on 18 from 8 deliveries, and that cover drive that he played, that was wonderful. Reminds me a lot of Desmond Haynes. As you see, the crowd is still here, and they're having a ball really, and they're having the food, they're having the drink. The atmosphere is really electric in terms of the support, and it's very good to see the Honourable Minister here, Mr. Charles Griffith. Indeed, he's one who likes, who loves sports and believe in especially making sure the youth are well taken care of, and it's indeed a pleasure to see him here today amidst this massive crowd that's gathered here at Greens to witness this T20 Plate Finals.
So Howell to continue. Adrian Howell. His first over went for 10. Here he is. Runs up. And it's flicked away. My oh my, a lovely shot off the legs there from Haynes. Into the boundary for 4. This young man is impressing this crowd here and silencing the St. John Cultural supporters. What a shot there off the legs over mid-wicket. There was a field on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but he could not get there today, tomorrow or next year.
Indeed a very good shot by this youngster, as you see. Delivery. Just pitch on his pads into his wicket and whipped it beautifully to the wicket for 4.
As you said, looks like Desmond Haynes. This one wrapped on the pad now. Seems to be an inside edge, but not outgiven there by the umpire. Oh man, this young man is definitely impressing me, but I would want for him to kick on. So Von Richtner's carried it deep into the innings, scored a 60 odd. He should carry them as deep as possible and as close as possible to the target. And this is where we need to ingrain into these young men to bat deep and bat long into the innings. A good delivery there from Howell, tucking him up and just playing it back to the bowler.
Indeed, there's where it starts in terms of the potential, the youth, the talent is there, but you need to harness it, as you said, harness this talent, and when they make that step up, give them the equipment to go further.
And this is heaved away over long on. Oh man, wide long on for, believe it's going to be a 4. 4 runs there. Heaved away, Macari Haynes. Oh my, he is looking really good. He is taking the attack to the St. John Cultural team. Oh my, what a shot there. And he is really taking the attack to them. He moves up to 26 now, off of 12 deliveries. The score now up to 31 as we see the replay.
Yes, a fine shot. A ball pitched on middle of the leg. He got under it and he really struck that one beautifully over long on. It's really a pity it didn't go all the way. One bounce into the boundary for 4. So he continues to bat well. He continues to impress. And it's really wonderful to see such a young player showing all the confidence. Remember, it's indeed the finals, showing all the confidence it takes. He believes in his ability, and that's important. And he's really, if he continues this way, he's going to take this game away from St. John Culture and really batting beautifully so far. And I'm telling you, a good start. 31 so far from 2 overs and 4 deliveries. And it's all set for a thrilling finish, especially if Young Haynes continues in this vein. It can be finished rather quickly.
Yes, definitely. And St. John Culture with 38 after the power play. And now Prison Officers almost there. They're 32. And we're going to be at the end of the 3rd over now with 1 delivery left. 32 without loss, chasing 153. I just want to remind the public that St. John Culture was 106 for 1 after 12.4 overs, I believe. 106 for 1 after 12.4 overs and only getting up to 152. So could this come back to bite them in the end? They were 105 after 14 overs. I'm corrected by Harold Eastman. That is driven away through the covers. It's going to go close to the boundary. It's going to be a cat and mouse, and the fielder pulls it back just in time. They come back for 3 runs. So that's the end of the 3rd over. 35 without loss. Holder is on 8, and Macariah Haynes, who is impressing many here, is on 27, faced 13 deliveries.
Yes, indeed, a good start for the Prison Officers. But that's a quick reminder, because we always see the end result. We never see the behind the scenes work. And I want to say kudos to the ground staff from the Barbados Cricket Association, who've done a wonderful job in preparing for today's final. You see the feather banners in the breeze, and they're just swaying in the breeze. Really a picture sight here. Miss the crowd and everything. And to my right, I have Harold Eastman, our statistician, who's keeping us up to date. You see the crowd there enjoying themselves. He makes sure he's keeping us up to date. And to your left, we have the hard-working Melissa King from the Wanderers Cricket Club. She's also here with us keeping score. She continues to do a wonderful job, one who's very dedicated and really continues to be one of the ladies out front in cricket in terms of making sure that all the stats, the scores and everything are accumulated. Susan Padmore, she is here for the St. John Cultures side, doing a wonderful job as well. And also Siobhan Prescott from the Barbados Cricket Association. She is doing her bit in terms of scoring, and these ladies continue to lead from the front and continue to do a wonderful job, and really kudos goes out to them.
Hollingsworth is the new bowler. He starts with a wide, an appeal for the stumping, but was it a wide? I believe yes, it was a wide signaled by the umpire Sheena. And it's good to see females all around the cricket, umpiring, scoring, playing, and that is where it's at. We need to get more females participating in all forms of our cricket. Hollingsworth a good delivery. Holder rocking back there, looking to cut it, but no run. Hollingsworth looking to spearing it in, bowling some darts here. And Holder would want to be careful going too far back on the back foot. It's a foolish delivery, and that's going to run away. A poor delivery, a full toss, and that's going to run into the boundary for 4. This is not good bowling from the St. John Cultural side. Very ill-disciplined so far, and they would want to pull it back, but it's been the Holder and Haynes show so far, 40 without loss.
Momentum, I said it before, they had the momentum going into the break, the Prison Officers, and certainly it's with them. A full toss outside the off stump, easily struck away. As you see the replay, just got close to it and hit that one between true cover and into the boundary for easy 440 without loss. Really a very good opening partnership here by these two, Holder and Haynes.
Hollingsworth again, back rocks back and it cutting off the edge. It's going to go close to the boundary. It won't get there. The fielder Kirk Gibson runs from backward point, and they get 2. So Hollingsworth, a slower delivery there, and Holder rocking back, looking to cut that perhaps through the offside, but it's coming off of the edge, and he gets 2 in the end now. Antonio Mears coming out of that slip. And now going to that position now. And 3 deliveries left in the over. And a full delivery once again. And missed it.
Yes, he's off of a 50 against Darryl Jordan, young holder. So he comes into this match in a bit of form. He's really certainly looking pretty good here. Pretty positive, that's important. Taking the boundaries, but also taking the ones and twos is very important.
Hollingsworth again. Walking back. Quicker delivery there. As you can hear in the mic as well. We're having lots of commentary. You know, Don, you would be familiar with the crowd, knowing more than the cricketers, knowing more than the coaches. Believe they know best.
Advice coming from left, right, and centre, as they would say. Everyone wanting their side to do well. I'm just trying to encourage them to do that.
Too fast, man.
A quicker delivery there, and pulling it to square leg, and they get 1. So that's the end of the 4th over. 43 without loss, chasing 153 for victory. The prison officers required 110 from 96 deliveries. At this stage, the St. John Cultural team was 24 without loss, so way ahead. Some 19 runs ahead is the prison officers team.
Yes, indeed, a very good start, as I said before. But you mentioned the crowd giving advice, and I will say this and I'll say openly. When you speak to a lot of the persons who follow cricket, who are there day to day, the amount of knowledge they have of the game is really amazing, and it means really a blessing to see. We are a nation that's well versed when it comes to cricket. We've played it for a long time. We understand the game. And I heard someone one time saying you must be a student of the game, suggesting that if you didn't play for the West Indies or Barbados, you're not a student of the game, is what I gathered that they probably meant. And when you listen to the people, the ordinary people who did not play a high level of cricket, they have such knowledge of the game that's really amazing, and it's really good to tap into those people sometimes.
Absolutely. So there's a change in bowling. Domain Harewood, and starting with a long hop, almost bounced twice there down level. Domain Harewood. It looks like an off break bowler, perhaps. I'm not sure. Off of a 2-step just behind the umpire. He takes 1, 2, 3 steps, and another short delivery again, and holder rocking back and looking to pull that over square leg, but it is a wide signal. A bit of an awkward action, perhaps down level.
Yeah, looks to be a off spinner of sorts.
That's like a leg break there just now, coming from behind. A chance for a run out, and they don't get it, but they come through for 1.
So this is good intelligent cricket. Amidst the boundaries, they're still taking the ones. Good aggressive running, steering that one to gully, and Haynes and Holder quickly off the mark in the end, an easy single. So this is good common sense batting. The boundaries are coming, they're still running well between the wickets, so that's good to see. And indeed 45 without loss, I would suggest to me, unless they get a breakthrough here, I tell you, they can be in lots of trouble, St. John Culture.
And he once again pushing that just to the offside. The fielders are back on the 30-yard circle. Perhaps the only one that is not is the sharp mid-wicket, but all the other fielders on the 30-yard circle, so it's easy to get singles. We have some tourists here as well. It's very good to see a very good crowd. We have some high-profile people, the honourable leader of the opposition as well, Don. Some high-profile people here in the midst of this final. Here is Harewood again, and Holder's hitting that straight back over the bowler's head, all the way for 6. That is perhaps the biggest 6 we've seen for the day. Oh my, send that back from where you come from. There, Harewood, what a shot. 50 up as well. 52 without loss after 4.4 deliveries. This is the start the prison officers wanted. They are chasing, they are hounding, they are getting the St. John Cultural team back into the prison
Indeed,
gates.
A wonderful shot, a delivery given Samir, and Holder just got close to that delivery and hit it straight, far and wide. As we see here, gone for 6, and indeed a very good shot from him. And we as they meet in mid-pitch, they're certainly having the ball here. 30 balls, 7 fours, 1 6, and really 48 deliveries, 46.
St. John Culture with got near 50 and 46 deliveries,
and 30 balls for this 50 here. So indeed, wonderful batting. Thank you very much, Harold Eastman. You continue to do a magnificent job and really keeping us abreast of the situation. And that delivery really was struck beautifully, and Holder And Haynes continues to do a wonderful job here. Amidst the excitement, you really should be here. The atmosphere is beautiful, is electrifying, and the crowd is here, a massive crowd. And the DJ in the back is playing the music, and everyone is having a grand time. And of course, the supporters from the prison officer side are the ones who are doing most of the dancing.
He's saying the song is Turn Up the Mac, and definitely prison officers turning up the mat here, turning up the ante. As you can see, the big crowd here, lots of females in, lots of families here as well, bringing out their picnic baskets, lots of drinks, lots of food. And this is the place you would want to be on a Saturday afternoon. Come on down and enjoy the final between prison officers. Both teams unbeaten coming into the final, so one team will have to leave here ending that unbeaten streak. Will it be prison officers? Will it be St. John Cultural? Just a reminder, prison officers, they won the toss and elected to bowl first, and the St. John Cultural, they made 52 for 9 in their 20 overs. Von Rittner scoring 64 off of 54 deliveries. He really anchored the innings, and Kurt Gibson, he made 24 off of 20, and there was not much real contributions there after. The St. John Culture was 106 for 1 down. How momentum, you spoke on momentum, how important is momentum coming into a second innings?
It's very, very, very important, and you realize that it was with the prison officers. They pegged the St. John Culture side back. They got the wicket of Nurse. That was a very important wicket. Before him, they got Kurt Gibson, and they felt that they were still in it. They kept their cool, they kept their heads, and the feeling was pretty good. The catching was excellent. Low and gettings, they were good as well. Pegged them back to 152, and the figure we are good enough to get this. And indeed, it's their first final for the prison officers. We were beaten last year at the semi-final stage. So they've gone a step further really, and congratulations to them for being here, and they're certainly looking good.
Here was final delivery of his first over, and that is swung away, swept away, lovely, a flatter shot this time, and it's looking like if it is a 6. They're waiting for the call from the umpire. He's waiting to feel that, yes, 6 indeed. Oh my, what a shot there from holder, 58 without loss, swept a slow delivery, and he got underneath it and is sweeping it over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Continues to impress, continues to look good, as we see here, just getting under that delivery, and he swept it powerfully all the way for 6. And really, the body language of the St. John Cultural side will suggest to me that they figured that they're out of it. But I mean, there's no 152 shot. 58 without loss is not 153 as yet. And they really need to find someone who can lift them, because Tahari can tell you, based on their body language, it seems to me as though they've given up. It's early days yet.
Yes, absolutely. Are any surprise that Kurt Gibson has not bowled as yet?
Not really. He is going to sooner rather than later, because they need to want to get a breakthrough here. If they can get either Holder or Haynes or both of them, put themselves back into the game, you never know. 2 quick wickets, 3 quick wickets, put some pressure back on the prison service. You never know, they can find themselves still in the game. But one thing you can't do is to give up. And I always tell my youngsters, giving up is not an option. You have to fight down to the end.
Absolutely, indeed, Don Level. So 58 without loss, going at a run rate of 11.60. 28 is Haynes, 28 is Holder. Hollingsworth into Haynes, and just pushing that one off of the leg. A sharp delivery there again. They feel that the sharp mid-wicket comes around. Haynes moves up to 29. He's only 16 years of age. I'm very impressed with him. First time seeing him back. Goes to the St. Leonard's Secondary School, and he's really, really impressing this big crowd here. He's 29 off of 15 deliveries. He would need to kick on though. Hollingsworth, 1.1 overs, none for 9. In to hold, and that is slapped away down to the deep cover. A good bit of fielding down there. They come back for the second now. Good bit of running, a good bit of fielding, because that was hit like a bullet. No level, that reminded me of you.
But indeed, not only a very good shot, but well saved in the end by Dash on the boundary. But look what they did. They are pushing for the second run. They're running the first one quickly. When you saw the St. John Cultural side batting, they were settled for 1 when it should have been 2 on many occasions. That could make the difference here today.
That is hit very, very hard. He is really seeing this ball and hitting it. Everything's coming off the middle of the bat. Seems he's batting with a door here down level.
He's set, no doubt about that. He's set. He's on 31. A good partner in Haynes, and they're not only getting the boundary side here, but they're running well between the wickets. They're getting the ones. They're pushing for the twos. Good, intelligent batting.
All is worth again. Flighted delivery, and he's pushing it down. I'm really impressed to long off. I'm really impressed by the two because Haynes, he started well, and now he's realized Holder has picked up the momentum, so he is now trying to give him the strike and keeping it rotating. Know that he is in his zone right now.
Certainly keep the scoreboard ticking.
All is worth again, a good delivery and just playing it forward, so not losing his head. These two young batsmen for the prison officers, and they can't afford to lose their head in the job that they do at the prison.
Yeah, certainly a very serious job.
So here he is, and it is hit away over long on into the boundary for 4. The fielder there at mid-on thought he was in with a chance, but he would have had to definitely jump, and that would have been a spectacular catch if he did take that. And that's the end of the power play. Prison officers, what an excellent start. 67 without loss after 6 overs. That's the end of the power play. The St. John Cultural team, they were 38 without loss after their power play ended, so they are leaps and bounds ahead of the prison officers.
Yeah, certainly you can see the crowd here from the prison officer side, the supporters, as you see this one beautifully. What's important here, he got close to the delivery, his head was still, and one flowing motion, levers are going extended through that delivery, and really playing a wonderful shot. The coaches would have been proud of that, and that was indeed a magnificent shot. As you can see, the support here, the prison officers, and they're having a grand time. They're happy, they're drinking. It looks like mostly soft stuff to me, I would imagine, but they're certainly having a wonderful time here at the Greens ground amidst this atmosphere, and there's certainly 67 without loss. I figure that they're in with a very, very good chance here to wrap this up, but at the St. John Cultural side, if they can get some quick wickets, you never know what can happen, but so far it's all the prison service.
Absolutely. The St. John Cultural team would look to pick up some wickets here. They would want some wickets. As we saw in their innings, they lost wickets in quick succession, so they would want a repeat of that, but they're just changing bowling now. Michael Holder, the medium pace bowler, into the attack now. Now the field can spread now. Here is Holder up to Haynes. The wide delivery, not a good start. Taken down the leg side from Von Rick Nurse, who played an excellent innings as well earlier up. And not the start he would want. They're absolutely off track at the moment, the St. John Cultural team. And it looks like lots of wind, as you can hear in the mic as well. I don't think the rain is going to come, but there's some dark clouds coming from the eastern side of the ground. Looks like the St. John area. So here is Holder again. The ball to Haynes, wrapped on the pad, a loud appeal, not up given by the umpire. Looks like he's going down the leg side. Your thoughts, Don?
Yeah, it certainly looks like heading down the leg side, but a good fullish delivery, a Yorker length delivery, and Haynes coming inside and missing that one. But in the umpire's opinion, Junior Grimes, who's doing duties with Sheena Welch, he said not out, and we shall continue.
So Holder again. That's a ball him! Oh my! Beaten all ends up. A very lazy shot there from Haynes and taking out the off stump. Oh my, Haynes will not be happy with that shot. He looked very lazy, did not get the bat down in time. Perhaps that pace, that extra bit of pace from Holder coming through, surprising him, and he goes for 30, 68 for 1 now.
Yes, that one, he played a lazy shot at that one. It was rather late, the bat came down rather slowly, and in the end he was bowled, but a pretty good knock from him. Really, he gave the innings the momentum it needed up front, and he was very good in his stroke play. As we see, lazy shot, he went nowhere really, and missing that one, and in the end he was gone for 30, but indeed a very good knock by him in the end, really doing a good job getting them off to a good start. 68 for 1, and still in a good position. Really a good start. His 18 deliveries faced 34 minutes, and he struck 5 fours. So a pretty good start for him.
So yes, indeed, a much needed wicket there from the St. John Cultural team as we see the replay. A nothing shot, as you would say.
A lazy shot.
Should have played that a bit straighter. I'm not sure what his thought process is. Perhaps he thought it would have been swinging across him and perhaps looking to dab it behind point, perhaps. But a nothing shot, a very lazy shot there. He would be disappointed with that dismissal. So the new batsman is the very experienced Mikhail Austin. He packs the punch as well. And very experienced, played elite cricket. He's gone to trials, played many trial games, former St. Catherine and Spartan cricketer. He comes to the crease now. He would want to put in a good performance. And he's coming into the final with 242 runs, including a century. So he's coming in with some excellent form. Don Level, you know him, you've played against him already.
Yeah, really an experienced player. At this level, he would really have nothing much to do. And when I say that, I'll explain to you after this delivery.
Oh my, and it's flicked away. And it's going to go all the way for 6. And he starts with a lovely shot over mid-wicket. It was a shortish delivery. And he is coming out the middle of the bat. It seems that he has been batting since last night, Don Level.
Yeah, a good shot, a good start from him. But as I said before, with the experience of playing the highest local level, I just want to you see the replay, flicking it beautifully over mid-wicket. So as you make a step down, really, you are supposed to show your worth, you're supposed to dominate. And at 74 for 1 in the 7th over, prison officers need to do nothing rash, just simply bat and they'll win the match.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's any holding back now here at Don Level. They are way ahead. They are way ahead, and I do not think the St. John Cultural team expected them to come out and play like this. I think they started them, they jumped them. So here is Holder again, and he aborts his run-up dead ball signal. I think the music was playing in the background. So 74 for 1, 6.3 overs, going at 11.38. Holder is on 35. The young Haynes, he just was dismissed for 30. Here's Holder into Austin, a shortish delivery, and just playing it down, and he stops it. No run, a short ball, and an expected perhaps the first short ball of the day, Don Level, I believe.
Yeah, good effort ball, really. The direction in terms, the line was good as well, so he really couldn't do nothing with it. Just played it down in front of him, keeping it down. As I said, an experienced player, playing for 3 clubs in the local Division 1 cricket, so he really should be able to handle the situation here.
That's going to be wide. A poor delivery. It's going to run into the boundary for 4. Poor bowling there from Holder. This is not good bowling from Holder. And it will be 5 wides. Von Nurse would not have gotten to that. There's no fielder behind him. No long stop. No fine leg. No, there's a man at third man. But that is 5 wides.
They're really not doing themselves any favors here. And they need to string some deliveries together. Keep it tight for an over or 2. See if they can get the wicket or 2 and see if they can fight the way back into this match.
So again, a short delivery and no run. They back to the bowler. So that's the end. No, 1 delivery left in the over. 79 for 1 now. They require 74 runs from 80 deliveries.
So Austin is there. I played for a few clubs. I mean, his presence was felt at the clubs, a few of them being demoted, but nevertheless he has the experience as a Division 1 player and really should go on to win it for the prison officers.
Wrapped on the pad there, loud appeal. The bowler Holder not happy. Leg by signal by the umpire, but he's coming over the wicket, so anything, it has to be absolutely straight on if he wants to get the LBW. Perhaps pitched outside leg there, Don.
Yeah, he must pitch in line. He must pitch in line to be able to chance. So for that decision, Junior Grimes, a pretty good umpire along with Sheena Welch, who's really improved leaps and bounds. And this pair of umpires quite competent, and really, especially Sheena, really improved tremendously. And one that comes to mind also is Ayana Holder, who continues to do a wonderful job as well on the umpiring scene. And sooner rather than later, I'm going to tell you she's going to make it to the international level. So it's good to see that the women are still being involved in cricket from every angle, from administrators to the umpires to scores. And it's really good to see that they're involved and more continue to get involved with the cricket. The programs are going on. The young Royals along with the BCA sessions on the week at the Police Sporting Complex, where a lot of young ladies are certainly out and really getting involved with our boxing being part of that setup. So it's good to see the ladies are out and getting involved.
So now the captain, Richmill Jordan, picking up the ball. He would want to do some damage here, and he starts with a very poor delivery. Oh my, that is a massive 6 there from Austin. It goes into the houses over square leg. A poor delivery there, short of a length on the leg stump. It sat up and it begged to be hit from Austin.
Well, he did just that to a ball that was short, heading down the leg side. He had all the time in the world to hit that one for 6, and really a gift. And Austin must be saying to you, thank you very much for that. It's a gift. As early as not Christmas as yet, it's not my birthday, as we see here. Short delivery down the leg side, and it deserved what it got. And a massive 6 for Austin, and he's quickly on to 12.
So no real plan here from the St. John Cultural team. No real plan at all as it relates to their bowling effort, as the fielder down there looks for the ball. I think the neighbors, the people in the community, the residents, they're searching for the ball.
It's probably gone through the doors there and gone on the inside. He was struck with immense power, and really a gift, but well played in the end by Austin, as I said, with the experience at the first division level, and really should keep his cool here and go on. But Tahir, really, when the prison officers were going guns with Holder and Haynes, you saw the body language of the St. John Cultural players, and it suggested to me that they had given up. That start was a wonderful start by those two, and you saw them hands akimbo, moving really in the field as though they didn't really want to be there, and that suggested to me from early that this game was done and dusted, and they've given up, and they've given up really early, and I really don't like to see that. I encourage my charges. You never know what can happen. A wicket or two, you never know.
Yeah, perhaps at this break now they should have come together and regroup and have a conversation as well, but everyone's just having their own separate conversations.
Certainly.
On the field. Richmill Jordan, the captain, he should pull his troops together and say it's not over till the end. We saw what happened in the first innings where they lost a cluster of wickets. I think it was some 7 wickets for 35 runs in the space of 4 overs. So they would not want to lose the plot here and say that it's over as yet, as you're suggesting, Don. 86 for 1, scoring at some 12 runs and over, and they require 67 runs from 71 deliveries. Here is Jordan again. He would want to come back strong here to Austin. If he misses his length, he could be in trouble. Very slow. A better delivery there from Jordan. Very slow, and telling Austin, if you want to hit me, go after that. You have to find your own pace.
I don't want to be critical, but I mean, captain really at that stage brought his guys together after this delivery.
And hit down to deep, maybe get a full toss there. Another slow delivery, and they get 1.
Yeah, as I was saying, he should have brought his team together as a leader and said, look, let's go. I know we seem as though we're behind the 8 ball at this moment. Let's get a wicket or 2. Let's keep it tight, save everything. And you never know. But they were all over the place. No one said anything to anyone. So it suggests to me that for them it's all over.
Another slow delivery there. If Holder had missed that, he would have been goners. A poor fielding there from Gibson. A usually very good, strong fielder, misfielding that, and they only get 1. The heads are down. The motivation is not there. No one is cheering the St. John Cultural team on. Heads are down. Antonio Mears' head is down as well. He's usually very vocal. Here's Jordan. Another slow delivery and punched away. And they should get 2 pretty comfortably. The fielder from the deep extra cover boundary comes off, and they come back for the second very easily. So 89 for 1. Richmill Jordan in his first over, gone for 9. Number 7 on his back. Cristiano Ronaldo, number 7 as well.
You see, you have to stay in the game always after this delivery.
A slow delivery. And the fielder Gibson stops it at backward point. So at the end of the 8, 89 for 1.
It speaks to the captaincy, the style of captaincy. Remember when he was battling Jordan, there was at least 2 or 3 occasions when he should have easily got him back for 2. just simply jogged on the other end. He didn't even look at the other batter on 2 or 3 occasions. Now you're seeing here, after a delivery that was struck for 6, and all the players obviously with their heads were down, he did nothing. He just stood there waiting for the ball and bowl again. I'm saying that's the time you should have gotten your troops together and said, let's go fellas, we can still do it. Let's get a wicket or 2. You never know. And so as far as I'm concerned here, at 89 for 1, 8 overs gone, easy sailing for the prison officers.
So Holder to continue. He picked up the wicket of Haynes in his first over. 89 for 1. They require 63 from 12 overs. Here's Holder to bowl to Holder as well. Jomo Holder is the batsman. It's down the leg side again. Perhaps he may need to come around the wicket and try to get it onto the stumps rather than trying to push it across. Rather than trying to push it across him and just straying in length. So 89 for 1. Jomo Holder on strike. A good delivery. This is played back down to the long off. The fielder there comes down off the boundary. He gets 1. And Jomo Holder now moves up to 38. He's played a very, very good innings as well, from 3 4s and 2 6s down.
Yeah, certainly a fine innings from him. He's been very aggressive, and I like that. He's been positive in the stroke play, and also his running has been aggressive. So good, sensible knock so far.
Delivery on a good length, and Austin is back and punching it to that short extra cover fielder, Antonio Mears. Perhaps he may have a bowl very shortly as well. Bit surprised by their choice of bowling. The slower bowlers bowling up front. So Holder again to Austin. Down to long off for a single as we hear the strong wind howling. Not sure if the rain is coming as well or if it's just the wind. The start of the hurricane season begins tomorrow, June 1st. They're predicting a heavy hurricane season, and that is a good delivery once again. Tucking him up is Jomo Holder, and he just punches it down to the mid-wicket region, and the fielder comes off. He gets 2, and Jomo Holder, he moves up now to 39, 95 for 1, 58 required.
Yes, he's been looking pretty good. 48 minutes, 24 balls, 3 4s and 2 towering 6s. And if you notice, this green ground is a pretty big one, and he really cleared it quite easily.
A very good batting wicket prepared here today. A good delivery, a test delivery there, a test length on that good length, and swinging away from Jomo Holder and taken by the wicketkeeper Bonnet Nurse.
He's not looked bad at all. There's some deliveries that really seemed the way. Started on the inside and just beating that probe in back. So he's looked pretty good so far. 1 for 17. And look so far the pick of the bowlers in terms of his lines and his lengths.
And he's surprised that he didn't open the bowling on?
Yeah, very surprised.
Yes, a good delivery, a good end to the over. So a much better over there for the St. John Cultural team. 4 runs off of it. 95 for 1. A bit of surprise that he didn't open the bowling when the ball was new and hard, and now he has to do well to pull it back. Perhaps you can see Kurt Gibson coming into the attack as well with his medium pace. He swings it a bit as well, and with this win they would want to peg it back now and build some momentum, perhaps get a wicket in this over and see where they can go from there.
Well, after 9 overs, 95 for 1, really is easy sailing from here. You don't have to take any chances at all. At that stage, so at this stage, St. John Culture, they were 61 without lost out here, with Von Nurse and Kurt Gibson batting really, really well together. Good chemistry from this pair, and really at no time at all, and I keep saying it, the prison officers put their heads down no time at all did they give up, and that's admirable. And really, they keep pegging away, they pegged away, they got the wickets, they pegged them back, and really in a strong position here at 95 for 1. In my opinion, Tahirta to take it away.
So Richmill Jordan, the captain of the St. John Cultural team, not having a good day so far. And that has swung away from Austin to the leg side. There's a fielder there at the cow corner. Antonio Mears, he only gets one, and there's Austin. So Jordan has said that I will be bowling very slow. If you want to hit me, you have to pull the pace for yourself. You have to really take. So you have 3 men on the leg side boundary, the deep mid wicket, cow corner, long on, long off. Here's Jordan again, and Hoda's heaving it away down to that fielder once again at that cow corner region. It's a misfield there from Antonio Mears. They're looking for 2, but not any damage. They won't get the 2 at all. So score moves up to 97 for 1, just 3 short of 100. Austin on 17, Holder on 40. Jordan again to Austin, a flatter delivery, and he's back and punching it down to the deep mid wicket area. He looked very, very good there, strong on his feet there, Austin. Known for his power, but also batting the good deliveries and playing it, trying to get his 1s and 2s.
Yes, taking the 1s on offer, and for sure, the bad balls, once they come along, make sure you dispatch them. And so he's looking pretty good already. He's on 18.
Another slow delivery and very, very poor fielding. Extremely poor fielding. That is not what the St. John Cultural team would want. They would want to build some pressure, and the fielder there at that mid-wicket position misfielding it, and Antonio Mears has to come off of the cow corner boundary and pick it up. They only get 1. So will this be the 100 up for the prison officers? No, a good delivery once again. So a good batting strip here prepared, and once again a big commendation to the BCA ground staff for preparing an excellent batting track.
Well, good early up, a little slowish, but the batters are born with Nurse. This one is driven sweetly out to cover by Austin.
And poor fielding. Extremely poor fielding.
That sums it up. What should have been 1 turned out to be 4. The ball just going through the fielder, and that sums it up for me in terms of the St. John Culture. I said it many times, momentum is a very real and serious thing, and it's certainly gone with this one. You see the replay, really should have been 1.
Yes. No real deviation either. Poor fielding. He should have gotten the long barrier in, and not good at all from the St. John Cultural team. It basically sums up they're probably their last 15 overs.
Certainly. The first 50 are coming in 30 deliveries, 7 4s and 1 6. And the second 50 coming in 35 deliveries, 2 4s and 1 6. So we are at the halfway stage, 103 for 1. The Barbados Prison Service looking to get up to 153 for victory. As you see, Holder not out on 41, 27 deliveries. Haynes, he was bowled by Holder for 30, 18 deliveries. Austin, he is there, not out on 22 from 15 deliveries, and certainly looking as positive as he normally is. And the bowling so far, Howell, 2 overs, none for 22. Young, none for 13 from his 1. Hollingsworth, none for 17 from 2. Hayward, 1 for 15. And Holder, 2 overs, no middens, 1 for 17. Jordan, 2 overs, no middens, none for 18. So certainly in charge at the break. As I welcome back, as you see here, Nurse batting the first time St. John Culture, batting first, 64 to Nurse, Gibson 23, Mears 19, 15 to Jordan. And really that was the highlight of it. 3 for 33 by Bowen, Low 2 for 22, Yard 2 for 37, and it is 1 for 28. And as it stands, Holder, he's on 40, 1 not out, 27 deliveries, 22 to Austin from 15 deliveries, and Haynes gone for well played and very impressive, 18 so far. Holder, 1 for 17, Young none for 13, Hayward none for 15, and Hollingsworth none for 17. I welcome back Andrew Mason. He's going to give you his impressions of play so far and his predictions. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Well, good afternoon. The prison officers are very much in charge here, and prison officers should really be in charge. Interestingly enough, I saw Holder, who got the wicket, and my first reaction was that I think he should open the bowling. And you know, I've said for a long time that we're not students of the game. We're not going to go down that road. But when you see these things, you begin to wonder about it. There's no question about it. And certainly when you look at the performance of Holder, he's been able to get that wicket. And what impressed me was the pace that he generated. I thought he should have opened the bowling. But when you look at 103 now for 10 overs gone, you would think that unless something dramatic happens, the prison officer should, and the operative word here, should go on to win.
Yes, certainly. And the Holder was up on pace, as you mentioned quite rightfully, and he bowled a short delivery that had us in a bit of trouble. And so myself, along with Tahir, we were wondering the same thing. Why did he not open the bowling? But really the body language, and I keep mentioning all the time, Andrew, of the St. John culture side, will suggest to me that they have given up. The start between Holder and Hales was a very good one, and the heads began to drop, and I said they are in trouble. And really Holder continues to bat well. He's on 41, and he found a very good partner in Austin, loads of experience at the first division level. So really, as you quite rightfully said, unless something miraculous happens here, they should easily go on to win this one.
Yeah, one would think so. And first of all, the two opening batsmen, young, that's important. They ran well between the wickets. I think that was of great importance. And they laid a solid foundation which someone like an Austin can come and just work the ball around now and win the game. Cricket is a funny game. What St. John's Cultural would need now would need to pull it back by getting a couple of wickets.
Yes, certainly. And at the break, I realised when the ball was struck for 6, when the captain was bowling, at that point I figured you should have brought your troops together and said, let's go, let's keep fighting. We can't give it at this stage. It's a final. But he never did that. The heads continued to drop. The arms were in the Kimbers, suggested to me that they just simply gave up.
So the action continues. We start over number 11. And he's bowled him. As was the case in the first knock when the St. John Cultural team batting, the first over after the break produced a wicket. It was a nothing shot, 103 for a loss of 2.
Really a soft dismissal, really. Holder was batting really well, and that ball just thrown high in the air. He did little or nothing, and at the end decided to just try to see if he could stop it from hitting the stumps. He missed it completely, and the bowler was just as surprised to have gotten that wicket, really, from out of nothing, really. And you never know, 2 wickets down, a couple quick wickets here can always put some pressure on.
Yeah, that was in there for a long time. What was he doing there? That was a Donovan Lovell kind of a shot. The ball went straight through the gate and bowled him, and he was really doing nothing there. And is this the wicket to ignite the St. John Cultural side? A side that has got a lot of support, there's no question about that. Of course, the neighbouring parish is St. John. In fact, 5 minutes or so from here you can get to St. John. I just wonder what Jabari Yard will do as he comes to the crease. But here we go. That was given lots of it. What was he doing? On the back foot, the ball spun into him and in fact bowled him middle stump. 103 for loss of 2. Jabari Yard walks to the crease, a big prison officer, one who at one stage threatened as if he might have gone on to have played for the Barbados team in white ball cricket.
Jabari Yard, 203 runs in the tournament this year. I wonder who can hit it a far distance. So he would remain positive if I know him well. I no doubt he'll be looking to finish it off the next 3 to 4 overs.
Yep. Information coming from a statistician, Mr. Harold Eastman. Well, the first ball is tugged away for a single. And we'll get another run. That happens all the time. The ball came in at the stumps, parried away down towards that mid-off area, and they got the bonus run. I wonder how his side's partner doing. They may be batting by now. 59 for 1, and St. Catherine's made how many? 151. So that game is going at the pace of Usain Bolt. Harold says he doesn't like playing Division 1 cricket. And that's a good one. He's an interesting bowler, young, big man, and the ball takes a day and a half to get to you, and that ball turned in. Got to be careful here, Yard. Look at that, right in the air. Good single. Still pretty fit, Austin. Yard is a big man. Turned away down to square leg, but a good crowd is gathered here.
See Captain Strawn is there.
Yeah, with one pad.
Just in case it comes down to him. I think he's about 11.
No chance for a catch here. Is he going to take this? He does. And that's a big, big wicket. A big, big wicket. Again, the ball was almost lobbed, really. In fact, I saw Coco Gauff playing this morning, and her opponent was just lobbing the ball, and she was in trouble. That took a long time to get to the batsman, Austin. And you know what he did? He was bursting a cloud, and all of a sudden this game has gotten very interesting because that's a big snap of the catch.
Captain Jordan taking that catch. He never was going to drop that for sure. Holding it tightly to replay. He's looking to swing this one through mid-wicket. Slow delivery, hitting the top edge of the bat and taken gleefully by Captain Jordan. Andrew, I don't believe that they should panic at this stage. Still in a very good position. 106 for 3.
47 to get from 55 with a lot of wickets in hand. Yard is there, but the important wicket of Austin, I mean, he's a match winner. Carter comes to fill the boots, so to speak, now. And this has certainly given some hope to the St. John culture team. A team with a lot of support, as I said.
Sure.
And that was
Slow.
too short. Yeah. And taken.
Good catch in the end.
Seems as if you bowl those lollipops, you can get wickets. David Holford against India in 73, I believe. Long ups and full tosses got 5. No batsman is Carter. So it's just a matter now of just trying to work the ball around and win the game, but you never know. 2 wickets quickly, and it's a very interesting situation. 107 for 3, 11 overs gone.
And no pace on those deliveries, that's the important thing. So if you want to strike them into the bungles, you've got to put all the weight back on, as they would say, and really came into the attack. And after getting Holder with really a nothing shot, the floodgates seemed to be open a bit, and he took the advantage of taking Austin. As you see, the crowd continues to grow. A massive crowd here, a very good atmosphere in terms of family, but they use this as an outing to watch some cricket and relax as well.
I actually like the ground, you know. I mean, I was just talking to the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association, the outgoing CEO, Mr. Toppin, and he was making the same point. It's one of those grounds that you could just drive into the country and watch the cricket. Wow! Wow! Catch taken! Soft dismissal! Carter departs! This game has been turned inside out. 107 for loss of 4.
So Padmore taking that catch, and really a soft dismissal, really. I got to the pitch of the delivery and just tapped it really to cover, and really will be angry with themselves, as you can see, taking the gloves off, walking back rather dejectedly, and really would have figured he should have done better with that one. He got close to the delivery and just tapped it really.
Yeah, now have a look at this. That ball was given, it hit the bottom, he wasn't to the pitch. And, you know, when you're not to the pitch, you play with soft hands. He didn't do that, and scooping the ball to extra cover. And of course, for the neutral, we like this, because at one stage, the prison officers were running away with this. But at 107 and 7 for 4. They should, if they bat with a washpan of common sense, still get over the line. But you know what? Cricket is a funny game. The captain comes out to the crease and must understand that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. Here we go. Lots of air. Just cooked it down towards the cover area, and the catch is taken. That was a soft dismissal.
Yeah, I really thought he got closer to it. But the replay showed that he really get close to it at all.
Here's Strawn again. Coming onto the front foot. Jordan is the bowler. Now that one was pushed through. Good, clever thinking. Batsman with a mindset of that looping delivery. Instead, he was looking to maybe hit the front pad there. He's going to go with the loop now again. Yeah. Very slow indeed. Reminds me of Charles Griffith, who used to play for the Banks side back in the 70s. Very slow left arm spin. You remember Charles Griffith?
Yes, I do.
Very slow indeed. Umpire says no. Struck on the pad. Jordan can't believe it. Umpire Welch had a look and said no. Wow. Sheena Welch, the adjudicator. Oh, that's an interesting one. Might have been just heading down the leg side. I think that's a good call.
Heading down the leg side.
That's a good call with the umpire.
Very good decision.
Now that's a lovely authentic drive. Get into the pitch. I also think when Michael Holder comes back into the attack, it could be interesting because he's got the pace to hit stumps. And it's going to be interesting to see when the captain brings him back into the attack. He really should have opened the bowling. Yard drives down towards that long off here for 1. So 12 overs gone, 109 for loss of 4.
Good quick wickets there by the St. John Cultural side, but I don't believe the panic button should be pressed at this moment. 2 experienced players there in Jabari Yard and Captain Kurt Strawn. Loads of experience, good sensible cricket is all it would take here for them to bring it home, and I suggest that's just what's going to happen. I still believe that the prison officers with the momentum should go on to win it.
So your money is on the prison officers?
Yes,
all right.
Indeed.
Here we go. Donovan Lovell is calling it. We shall see. No doubt Young will continue. He has been the surprise package so far. He starts his 3rd over. Bowling to Yard. Just a single. I don't think Yard will be looking to hit the ball in the air as his counterparts did. Just a matter of just working to the round now. 43 from 47. Oh, he drops it. Had that been taken by Young, he would have been celebrating as if he'd won gold at the Olympics. And again, Strawn not getting to the pitch of the ball, but yet playing the shot. That was naughty. Now that's a much better shot.
No need to panic. Easy sailing. Take your 1s and 2s.
Yeah. Big drive. Was it pretty powerfully, but I think maybe he might have been able to, should have, I think, held on to that. Now this time he holds on. And the big snapper goes. Yard. And the prison officers, they find themselves now in a bit of a prison.
That is a big wicket. That indeed, getting Jabari Yard at this stage, 42 runs to get from 45 deliveries. It can get tricky at this stage.
111 for 5. Just giving the ball plenty of air. Now earlier Yard was just pushing forward, but there he was. Here we go. Lots of air. He actually went back and played the ball back to the bowler. Catch taken. This game has been turned inside out. 111 for 5. And the big snappers have all been caught. I think that this game could go to St. John's Cultural. I think so. Cricket is a funny game. Because when you look at what has happened, the two openers who gave them a good start all back at the Pavillion, Austin and Yard, with a great deal of experience at the first division and elite level, they're all back in the Pavillion. We'll have a look at the replay again. Here we go. Now, examine this for me. He's on the back foot and just plays the ball back to the bowler.
Now, when he went on the back foot, he cramped himself for room.
Yep.
And he was still trying to play an attacking shot.
Yep.
He should be looking to get forward and hit through the line of the ball and try to get it, if not for one.
Maybe Harold Eastman can tell us for these lower batsmen if they make runs, but I just get the sneaky feeling that St. John's Cultural could sneak this one. Here we go. Big hit. He's bowling so slow. It looks as if the ball is taking about 20 years to get to the batsman.
I'll give you another prediction, Andrew.
Yeah.
The runs that St. John Culture refuse to run early when they're batting is what's going to beat them.
You think so? So, this is interesting. That's a poor delivery. And put away. That's a bad one. And the captain, recognizing that the side is in strife, hits an important boundary.
That's a good shot by Sean. A gift, really. Ball a full toss. And he still need to put it away, and he did that quite easily. That's a very good boundary at this stage. Ease some pressure. 37 runs to get from 42 deliveries. It's still looking prison officer's way.
Yeah, that was too full. And it was just about maybe on the leg stump, and he swung it down to backward square. Plenty of real estate there. Lovely, lovely ground. I like greens. There's no question about that. Is that the greens mound there that gentleman
yes,
is on?
Certainly.
And he's in green.
And right away wrong as well. So
beautiful.
It's a very, very good ground.
Yeah.
You can improve on it. It's a very good ground.
I know that the noted journalist Ezra Strout reckons that finals should be played at Kensington. I disagree with him. I like the atmosphere at these open grounds, and this is a ground that I've not been too often, but I like the ground. In fact, when I look at this ground, I think it's one that you'd come out a Sunday afternoon to watch. Here we go, too full on the leg stump, swung away down to backward square. The action continues. They look for a second here and should get it comfortably. Smart batting will get the prison officers over the line. If they become victims of their own indiscretion, it will see St. John with a cultural performance. We shall see. 35 to get from 41. The game, you reckon, is in the balance? Or somebody's advantage?
Still in the favor of the prison officers.
Are you sure about that?
Yep.
Are you sure about that?
I'm certain about that.
Donovan Lovell's money is on the prison officers to get the coup de grace. Jordan is a clever bowler. I mean, he's been at this for a long time. Would have played for the YMPC side. Bowling to Bowen. He's so slow that Bowen went back deep in his crease and had to wait a day and a half for that delivery to arrive. Now, there's a conversation on now. What do you think they're talking about?
Captain Sean is asking them not to panic.
Not to panic.
Still in the driver's seat. There's a lot of real estate on the offside and the leg side as well. Let's get the ones and twos. Wait for that bad delivery.
Just over his head. We'll get a single. Had he been maybe in the conventional position at mid-wicket, he would have gobbled that. He's well inside the circle, and they got a single. Again, the batsman not getting to the pitch of the ball and still playing the shot. What can also happen in this situation too is that scoring rate all of a sudden could start to go up because you're losing wickets. 6.61, so it's gone up a bit. Jordan looks as if he's bowling at landscapes. Oh, he's going to finish now.
Yeah, slow, and slower.
So 14 gone, 119 for 5. If I was given the job to captain the St. John Cultural's team, I'll bring back Holder now. Just for 1 over, say to Holder, look, I want you to get me a wicket or 2. At the same stage, 105 for 1, and it's now 119 for 5. So what do you think? Is it even, Stevens?
More balls than runs. I'm going with that.
More balls than
More
runs.
balls than runs.
But of course that could change.
Sensible cricket.
Sensible cricket should get them home.
Should get them across the line.
Yeah. I think Holder coming back in the attack could very well be decisive because he's got the pace. Lower the batsman, he could blow those middle stumps away. Young to continue. He's going to bowl his last. He's got the long off, long on, mid wicket on the boundary. Hit with a lot of power. They look for second here and will get it comfortably. These are important runs. I'm told that Bowen could bat a bit. So 32 from 34. And the Love Man reckons that the prison officers will get home. That's a good change of pace. Having floated several of those deliveries, that was a very quick delivery, but Bowen was equal to the task. Now that's going up to extra cover. They'll get a second here comfortably. Strong. With ample girth. Maybe not as fit as he should be. Gets back for the second. Maybe I'll love to take him jogging in the morning. Maybe I start at 5 o'clock.
That's too early.
You think it's too early? Harold Eastman is a big jogger from 6 Roads to Bayfield. More runs. Lovely shot. Out towards the boundary. I'll go for 4. Too short and punished by Bowen. That's an important boundary. So you've gotten the vital runs in the over. Don't flirt with danger. And as you said, bat sensibly and get home. Now this last ball is going to be bowled by Young. Now Bowen, you've done a good job here. That was too short and played through cover for 4. How will Bowen approach this last delivery from Young? Makes common sense. That's good. Common sense batting, working the ball into the onside, down towards square leg and getting a run. That to me was very sensible cricket. So 15 gone, 128 for 5.
Indeed, a very good over for the prison officers. A good, intelligent batting by this pair. As I said before, Captain Sean is there with the responsibility of seeing it home. He's found a good partner in Bowen who's played some good looking shots so far. So it tells you that he can bat. That one in particular outside the off, giving some air and banging it through cover point for 4 tells me that he has some ability. So all he needs to do is to stay there. More balls and runs, that's very important. So I think they're going to do it.
Well, the captain has heard me and he's decided to bring Holder back, who should have opened the bowling. Now I think this is going to be perhaps the most critical part of the match now, with Holder coming back into that. Mind you, he would have played a lot of first division cricket for St. Catharines. And I remember when he first started, could have been about 10, 15 years ago, he was sharp, very sharp indeed. I think his job here is to try to get wickets. There's no question about that. So, Donovan Lovell gets a much needed rest. Place taken by Tahir. Tahir, who joins me, Tahir. The Love Man's money is on the prison officers to win this. Now Holder returns. We start over number 16. 25 to get from 30 balls. There are 5 wickets in the bag.
So
this could go down to the wire.
So Andrew, last time I left, when St. John Culture was batting, the same thing happened.
Yep, indeed. Here's Holder. Good clever batting by Bowen. Donovan Lovell observed that he can bat a bit, and from what we've seen he can. Holder should look to York Strawn, pitch it right up in the block. He's got the pace. But you feel a score at this level, 150, 150, 160. You can defend those. Pitching the ball right up in the block hole. Michael Holder, who St. Philip man, comes from the Marleyvale area. In fact, played for St. Catharines and played with some distinction, both pretty sharp. Another good single. A push away out towards cover. The captain recognizing to here that it's important to work the ball around, pick up the singles. He's on to 7. It's 130 for 5.
Yes, that's all that's needed now, because 23 required from 27. They can get it in singles. That may not be the case always, but they don't want to lose Strawn at this stage of the innings either, because not much batting left in the hut either.
Well, that's a lovely shot. Down to backward point. That's going to head out towards the boundary. They look for third here. Is Strawn fit enough to come back for the third? It would appear so. That was a lovely, sumptuous shot square in the offside. And all of a sudden you can hear the supporters of the prison officers.
You know, Andrew, the St. John Cultural team will not be happy with their fielding. They've given away so many runs in the field, singles, a few boundaries as well. And once again, Kirk Gibson, usually a very strong fielder. That's his second misfield of the game. He would not be happy with that. The pressure was definitely on the prison officers team, and now getting 20 required from 26.
They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 men inside the circle, saving 1. That's a good stop, preventing a single. Antonio Mears recognizing the importance of getting his body in line there. It would have gone down to long on for 1.
The veteran putting his body on the line. All to play for here. 4.1 overs left. Holder, he's kept it pretty tidy. He would want to close out the over.
Good intelligent batting from Strawn, because he recognizes that Holder, who got the first wicket, is the man that could really present a problem or two. So they've kept him out. It's been a tight over, but importantly for the prison officers, not losing the wicket. 16 gone, 133 for 5.
Bowen on 17, Strawn on 7. And they would want to take this game home for the prison officers team. And this has certainly been a captivating final with a big crowd here at the Greens playing field. And we really want to thank all of those who have come out to support the ground staff as well for preparing an excellent cricket wicket. So we've seen it all here. After the good start from the prison officers, they fell away a little bit in the middle, but now Kirk Strawn and Dwight Bowen consolidating a tad bit. The bowler is Jamar Hollingsworth. He is back with figures of 2 overs, none for 17. He is going to be back with his off spin. He opened the bowling and he will be bowling to Bowen.
And also a partnership of 20, 22 and 20 balls. So they were losing wickets like ripe mangoes, but they've been able to just steady the rocking ship. Now there's a chance for a catch here, and it is taken. So Bowen departs, the game back in the melting pot. Down towards long on, catch taken. This game has been turned inside out.
Michael Holder taking the catch there, nonsensical batting there from Bowen. Not needed at this time, perhaps could look to get the singles or the twos early in the over and then look for the boundary a tad bit later down, and that will build the pressure. But now giving it away and throwing it back to the St. John Cultural team, and you cannot keep that man Michael Holder out of the game. He takes the catch on the long on boundary, and Bowen goes for 17 off of 15 deliveries. As we see the replay there, not getting hold of it at all, off the toe of the bat, and a good, very simple catch there from Michael Holder.
Yeah, well, he's got the experience, Michael Holder. Said he's played at the first division level for quite a long time.
Jason Gittins is the new batsman, and on his bat is Boom Boom. It's
Oh,
Boom Boom
interesting. Boom Boom. Oh, okay. I wonder if he knows Afridi. Well, he's got to do that now, because I think at 133 for 6. I mean, with sensible batting, you could get home. But I mean, I've been around long enough to know that teams can have players victim of their own indiscretions, as we've seen here. Some pretty ordinary lollipop bowling picking up wickets, and you've got to say that St. John's Cultural, they've certainly come right back in this match, because at one stage it looked as if it would have been a canter.
Absolutely, and you would want to bat with your captain Kurt Strawn. As you see the replay once again, off the toe end of the bat, not getting any power onto it, and he goes Bowen. Jason Gittins, Boom Boom, is the new batsman. He looks like a strong man that you do not want to mess with in the prison.
Yep.
So what does he pat here?
Well, no Boom Boom for the first delivery. He's a broad-shouldered. Looks as if he goes to the gym pretty often as well. But St. John's Culture, they really come back into this match very solid. The other thing too is that with wickets falling, you're going to find that equation being interesting. 20 from 20. And what I think St. John's Cultural will want to do, if you don't get wickets, don't concede the boundary and just get that scoring rate up and up and up.
Absolutely. So I'm going to give you the breakdown of the innings for both teams. It's the innings of two halves.
They'll get a single here. So, interesting over. Comes to an end. 3 left, 134 for 6. Just there.
So as I said, it's been an innings of two halves for both teams. St. John Cultural, after 10 overs, were 67 without loss. Prison Officers were 103 for 1 after 10 overs. For the next 5 overs, for the St. John Cultural, for the next 8, they lost 39. They only scored 39 runs and for 6 wickets.
Right.
Understand?
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, for the Prison Officers, they were 103 for 1 after 10, and they lost for 25 runs and 5 wickets.
Yeah, that's interesting stats that you're given there. The game has really been turning. 19 to get from 18. Holder's going to bowl his last over. Was
Are you
pretty
surprised
tight.
by that, Andrew?
I'm not surprised, because I think having picked up a couple of wickets, he's the man to come back to try to get another scalp here. But a lovely atmosphere. I certainly like this ground. Have you been here before, Terry? Did you have trouble in getting to the ground?
No, I've actually been here. I actually commentated a quarter-final game here last season. There's an appeal for an edge, but umpire Sheena is saying not out. Perhaps off the tie pad. I believe it's off the pad there, Andrew. I don't know what you saw from
Well, according to the umpire, because she said not out, so it would have been off the pad, and she didn't call a wide. So there was some contact with the pad.
Perhaps you can see the replay.
And in fact, she shouted, not out, as they were appealing. But Holder still bowling pretty sharp, and at this level, will get wickets.
19 from 17. The first time it has been more runs than balls.
The other thing too, you got to give credit to the captain of the team, and that's down the leg side. Might have just clipped the pad on his way through. and the umpire says no. But I think you got to give the fielding team some credit for just having been inside the circle to call it that single. Yeah, this is happening. Now we've had a couple of deliveries now, Tahir, not a run scored. And knowing the typical West Indian mentality, I'm going to be very keen to see what happens with this delivery.
He does not look like boom boom, he looks like boo boo.
Yeah, yeah. Holder should look to York him here. You see the pace generated by Holder. Now I would have seen him at St. Catherine's about 10-15 years ago bowling very sharp. In fact, he was pretty sharp.
I'm going to ask Harold Eastman, how many balls have Kurt Strachan been off strike for? When last was Kurt Strachan on strike? And this is not good batting. They will want for his captain to face the delivery.
Yeah, I agree. Harold goes to his laptop
About
computer.
15 deliveries Kurt Strachan has not been on strike for.
Okay. Holder look to finish strongly here. That's very well played. Just one. Long on comes across, gets his big frame behind it and makes the stop.
So what does Kurt Strachan do here? Does he take the single or does he go for a boundary?
It's going to be interesting. I think he will want to just see out Holder here.
Andrew, perhaps, you know, if it was boom boom, I would have not run there.
You would not have run there.
I would have said, Kurt Strachan, you need the strike for the next over.
Okay.
Take the boundary, the next ball as a free hit, perhaps.
Interesting, interesting. So the last ball in Holder's spell to Strachan. Top edge. Chance for a catch. Goes over. The man at third man and goes important into the boundary. The third man fielder, not as fit as he maybe should be. The edge was found, and just for a moment it looks as if he would have gathered it, but instead it went over his head, and that could be a killer. 139 for 6, 18 gone, 14 to get from 12.
And the fielder Domain here with there on the boundary should have taken the catch. It would have been a spectacular catch, but Kurt Strachan gets the boundary that is needed. As we see the replay here, what happened? Oh, he got himself all in a muddle. He really perhaps should have settled under it and take it. The crowd, everyone's on their feet now as watching this final. 14 required from 12 deliveries, but the good thing for St. John Cultural is that Gittins is on strike.
Yep, yep. So 139 for 6. Know that stream being seen all over the world, and I know that Andy Thornhill, they're in the studios of VOB, has joined us. So it's a very interesting situation here, and it's 139 for 6. So 14 required from 12. Here's Hollinsworth to come into the attack. They look for second here, but they won't. You don't want to flirt with danger. So the equation is interesting. Over number 19, 140 for 6.
Kurt Strachan has to face as many deliveries here as possible.
That's a good, lovely shot by Strachan up towards cover, and it goes through the field and goes for 4. Whoa! Whoa! Throw the fielder at cover on the boundary, and that is naughty, absolutely naughty by Howell up at cover. It went straight through him and went down to the dunks tree on the far side of the ground. 9 to get from 10. Could be that, be the decisive moment in this match. We shall see. It was really poor on the part of Howell. Well, Strachan, you've got the boundary in the over. No need to flirt with danger. There's many as 3 balls left. But I mean, when you look at this outside the off stump, driven down towards cover. Look at that. A bump. Oops. Gone through him. 4 runs. Good work by the cameraman, Mr. Green and his team. They'll get a run. Will they come back for the second? Strachan is keen to come back. The return comes in, and they get 2. Kirk Strachan, if he wins this, may get a promotion. He knows that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles as the stepping stones and disaster into triumph, and he could see his team home to victory 7 from 8, and he plays a naughty shot outside the off stump. Now you've gotten the boundary in the over, 7 runs from the over, 1 ball is left. This is going to be a big ball here.
What does Kurt Strong do? Does he go for the boundary or does he go for the single?
He gets a run down towards that long on area, and importantly keeps the strike. Kirk Strong, we know he can bat, very much a part of our commentary team here, and we are down to the wire at Greens in St. George, deep in rural Barbados. What a finals we've got here. It's now down to 6 from 6.
Who bowls the final over for the St. John Cultural team? Richard Young bowled out, Jamar Hollingsworth bowled out, Michael Holder bowled out, Rich Mill Jordan, the captain, has bowled out as well. So they're now going to Kevin Padmore. He has not bowled an over for the innings.
Right.
So he is a bit cold.
He's a bit cold.
So what will happen here? Interesting choice selection in going with Kevin Padmore.
Yeah, and it's also going to be interesting too, the field placings. Will the captain attack here and maybe just have 3 or 4 fielders in the offside saving one, ball and off stop line? He's got short third man, there's a backward point, there's an extra cover, all inside the circle saving one. He's very meticulous, setting his onside field. There's a long on, there's also a square leg and a backward square just outside the circle. So we're down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 6 to get from 6. Kirk Strong, the captain of the prison officers, has been given the responsibility to win the game for the prison officers.
The first final for the prison officers team as well.
Will it be a finals that will be pregnant with success? We shall see. First ball of the last over, ball by Padmore, ball into Strong. That's going to be called a wide, I would imagine. 2 wide the off stump. So the first psychological advantage to the prison officers. They're 5 to get from 6. Where's Tanti Morrow? Maybe she's on her way from Trinidad. Here's Padmore. 2 short in the air. Chance for a catch. Will it be taken? Strong goes. Kurt Gibson takes the catch. This game is at a melting pot. It was a short ball that is hit into St. John, maybe in Port House, up in Martins Bay instead. It came off the bottom of the bat, spooned in the air to that backward point area. The catch is taken by the bearded Gibson, who's a St. John man, and all of a sudden the game very much again in the melting pot as we have a chance to see the replay. It was a short ball on the back foot. It was in there for a long time. Here we go, catch taken. We're down to 5 from 5. 3 wickets on the bag. Padmore, given the responsibility to bowl the last over, has picked up an important wicket. St. John's Culture with a lot of support. The prison officers, they've got support as well. Tahir, where's your money, Tahir? Talk to me.
I don't know, it's too close to call right now. I just want to see it go right down to the wire. Nicola Yard is the new batsman. He is a left-handed batsman, so he will be hitting with the wind.
Yep, that's important.
The wind to the leg side. So now Kurt Gibson went to the deep square leg boundary, but he's coming back in. So we have deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. So Kevin Padmore, he has not bowled an over for the innings. Can he pull it off here for the St. John Cultural team, or will the prison officers run home? Both teams unbeaten. Let us remind the public of that.
Yep.
So it is really cat and mouse here.
Cat and mouse. Sure that you may have something to talk about on Brass Tacks when you do the program next.
And Mason and Guest on Tuesday.
Mason and Guest. Yeah, indeed. We look forward to that. They'll be talking to the captains for sure. Now Gibson goes back to square leg on the boundary. Here's Padmore. More into yard. That's down the leg side. That's going to be called a wide. You gotta get it right. Gotta get your radar right, Mr. Yard. So what do we have now? 4 to get from 5 balls. Can the prison officers get over the line here?
Cardinal sin. You cannot be bowling wise at this time here, Mr. Padmore.
Well, he's in and both the yard. Short and swung away mightily. That's a big hit. And that's victory to the prison officers. Yard has hit the ball yards over the boundary at square leg, and they're all celebrating. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Coming from St. Philip, the prison officers, they've come to greens in St. George, deep in rural Barbados. They had 1 or 2 challenges along the way, but in the end, it was Yard sealing the deal. The prison officers are celebrating.
What a game. What a game indeed. You never had the real clear-cut winner. Definitely a game of chess. And as you said, Nicola Yard hitting the ball. Yards, a short delivery from Padmore. Congratulations to the prison officers. Their first time in a final and their first time coming out victorious, beating the St. John Cultural team by 3 wickets with 4 balls remaining. Nicola Yard, the man of the hour, the man of the moment, come off the hour, come off the man, and Nicola Yard sealing the deal with a massive 6 over mid-wicket. They're still looking for the ball. There are some cars parked over there. Perhaps they may have hit a car, but it's been an excellent game. Their supporters are really happy and joyful. So the crown, the cup will be going to the Barbados Prison Service. The prison officers will be extremely happy with their performance today. 155 for 7, winning by 3 wickets.
So what celebration here, and I'm sure captured not on the stream but on VOB. And Andy, I can tell you it was a tremendous game. Too short by Padmore. In fact, in the over he also bowled as many as 2 wides and could not get it right. And Kirk Strawn, who's very much a part of our commentary team, the cameras are very much on him, and he is a very happy man. And I think we must also praise those who selected this ground. I love this ground here, no question about that. And in the final analysis, we saw a good crowd coming here. And in the end of the match, a victory for the prison officers. You really felt that when you look at it, they should have gotten home.
Absolutely. After the start that they had from Holder and Young Haynes, they were 100 odd for 1, and then they faltered right there in the middle when Austin, Yard, Carter went in quick succession. And then that partnership between Strawn and Bowen was absolutely critical for this game, where they had a partnership of 25 odd, and then Bowen went, but Strawn, he will be a happy man. And Nicola Yard coming in there at the end with 4 runs to win, hitting a massive 6 over deep mid-wicket. He will be very, very happy. But the St. John Cultural side really pulled it back well. They would be disappointed with the second half of their batting after the 10 overs being without not losing a wicket and then going on to just score 153. Everyone was on target saying that they would be scoring about 170, but they only got mustered 152. So they would be disappointed with that, but they'll be happy with how they pulled it back there in the end. But Kevin Padmore did not bowl an over for the entire game, so perhaps they may have tinkered a bit with their bowling attack and perhaps kept something for that final over, and that is where it's shown. In the end, he bowled 2 wides, which brought it down and it eased the pressure a tad bit. So we're hoping to get Kurt Strawn very shortly. Actually, he's with us now, and Andrew will interview him. Kurt Strawn will be very happy with his performance today, winning the toss, winning the game, winning the title, the first title. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. And this was a tremendous final. There's no question about that. The ebbs and the flows in Greens St. George. It's my pleasure to welcome the captain of the winning side, Kirk Strawn. How do you feel? Talk to me.
Yes, Andrew, it's an amazing feeling. Coming to the finals, we knew what we wanted to do, and the guys, I begged the guys all week, let's just play 40 good overs of cricket. As long as we played 40 good overs of cricket, stayed together as a team, and that's one of the things I got to say with my guys, Andy. If you look over there, Andy, I've got a collection of brilliant guys over there, guys and women, members of the prison service, and they just asked them to stay in the moment, enjoy the game, and they did just that.
Okay, let's go from the toss. You won the toss and you chose to bowl first. What would have been the thinking?
Yeah, well, Andrew, when I looked at what the St. John cultural side would have done throughout the competition, if they played 8 games, they won 7 chasing. So I just really wanted to take them out of their comfort zone. You see, sometimes it's good to do research on teams. Yeah. And when I looked at their batting lineup, the likes of Kurt Gibson, Von Rickners, Antonio Mears, guys with a lot of experience who really have the know-how in a chase. I wanted to take them out of their comfort zone, let them set a target, and I always back my batters, whatever target they got, the likes of Jabbar Yard and Mikael Austin. And we've got a really little secret there, Andrew. Young Mackay Raheen, 16 years old, at top of the order. I always back those guys to get us off to a start.
Well, I'll tell you about the opening player, that they did a very good job, and it set you on your way despite a bit of a wobble in the middle. You got home, but you made that decision, you did your research, and I'm glad to know that you've done your research. I thought that you were able to pull it back, because at one stage it looked very much as if St. John's Culture would have gotten over 170 or more.
Yeah, Andrew, it's a game of cricket, and they didn't really, at the break, they were like 67 or so after 10 overs without loss, and I always felt like they would have needed to take some chances, and those chances would have allowed us to come back into the game. And then they've got the likes of Terrence Lewis, who bowls really well in the middle. Jabari Yard with his uncomplicated off spin, but he bowls a lot of balls at the stumps. And I always felt that as long as we stayed in the game, they're having to push on, because I always felt that they believed too that they were a bit short. So I always felt that they had to go, Andrew, and as long as they kept going, we were always going to get wickets.
Okay, so you were able to restrict them to 152, and you had a good start from 2 young, impressive openers.
Yeah, well, yes, Andrew. I don't know if you know, but Joe Moholder is one of the best kept T20 secrets in Barbados. That guy has 2 T20 hundreds and about a couple 90s. So he's one of the best kept T20 secrets, Andrew. And
how old is he?
He's about 30, 32 years old. A product of the Commonwealth School. They don't really like to say that, but he's a product of the Commonwealth School.
Okay, fair enough.
And I always felt that as long as those guys, we usually try to do things in stages. The first 6 overs belong to the openers. The next 4 overs, as long as we get the 10 overs and we are not 3 wickets down, then anything I enjoy back my guys to chase.
Right. So you got a good start, but then a bit of a wobble in the middle. Some of the experienced batsmen got out. Some uncomplicated spin came into the attack. Of course, Austin is such an important cricketer. Yard was such an important cricketer. They both got out, but I thought your innings, despite the fact you got out towards the end, was important, because 2 things happened. The scoring rate never really got out of control, but that partnership for wicket number 6 was important, and in the end you got people that Bowen's knock was important as well, and Yard's 6 to win the match, and congratulations.
Yeah, well, Andrew, Bowen and I, we go a long way back. I don't know if you know, but Bowen also played for Common Schools North and Maple along with myself, so we go a long way back. We work together every day. We see one another every day. So we always got that chemistry, Andrew. And Yard, he hadn't had a really good season with the bat, but they kept him in the team because they knew at some stage his hitting prowess would have come into play, Andrew.
Indeed. Any plans for celebration?
Yes, Andrew, we are going to celebrate the whole night. I've got to leave shortly, but my guys are going to be here the whole night, I can guarantee you that. I've got to leave shortly to go down to the Yorkshire, the Friendship Ground, for a football game for peace, playing for peace.
Andrew. Oh yes, indeed.
I've got to be there.
What does this mean to the prison officers? I know some of the people who would have played for you. Of course, Clark, left arm spinner for quite a long time. You know, when you look at yourself, you look at Austin, who would have played for my club St. Catherine's for a long time. Junior Paris, that I brought to St. Catherine's and bowled very well. He played for you for a bit. What does this mean, this win, as far as the prison officers are concerned?
Yeah, well, firstly, Andrew, I can assure you that this really means a lot to the entire prison service, from the administration all the way down. You would have mentioned some of the past players when they came to the prison about 2-3 years ago, Andrew. The same Oliver Clark asked me if I could get the prison cricket back to where he left it. And I gave him my word that I would try my best to get the prison back as competitive as they can be. And Andrew, I asked these guys when they came to prison, I just want us to be competitive. But in being competitive, I want us to enjoy everything we do together. And I can't ask for a better bunch.
I'll tell you this, the finals played at Greens, tremendous atmosphere. St. John's Cultural had a lot of support, but the prison officers also had a lot of support as well.
Yeah, yes, Andrew. All of the prison officers, some staff, always come out and support us. If you come any Saturday to Padmore Village, we've got a dedicated bunch of supporters, Andrew. They will always be there. Big final. I expected this crowd. I expected this turnout.
All right, well, I know you got to go and celebrate. I want to thank you for coming and talking to us, and congratulations on your win.
Yeah, just before I go, Andrew, I just want to say commensurations to the St. John Cultural Team. You know I'm a St. John man by heart. Spent a lot of time in St. John. Close friends, Von Ritt Nurse, Kurt Gibson. Just want to say commensurations to them. It was a game well fought in the end, but lucky for us, we got over the line.
You were born in St. John?
Well, I spent all my school life in St. John. I went to Huddersfield Primary and Edgecliff St. John, and I went to the Lodge School.
Okay, wonderful. So your roots are very much in St. John as well.
So commensurations to the
All
St.
right.
John Cultural Club.
Thanks, Kirk Strawn, for coming and talking to us. Congratulations to him. And what struck me about the interview with Kirk Strawn was the cricket knowledge. You know, I've said for a long time that I'm not sure that we're students of the game, but to work out and do the research, and the way he was able to explain how he captained the side really made me feel proud, because, you know, I believe that we need to get more from our captains, and I like to see captains thinking the game. I like to see, you know, a plan of action, and in the final analysis it was a good victory for them, and a man who put all of his money on the prison officers to win, when we were saying it was possibly a situation where they could have lost, is a love man. You must be celebrating as well. You always felt that they would have gotten over the line.
Yes, certainly. And I watched the game and really unfolded. And I remember when the St. John Cultural side batted, but when the captain was there and there were runs that he simply refused to run. When the ball went close to the boundary and he really went on.
Call Captain first.
Okay, so we're just about getting ready for the presentation. It's going to be taking place pretty soon. Mr. Green has got his camera all set up. I can see some dignitaries there. Let's go across and join the presentation just about now. Let's go across.
Ready? Right. So, good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation here this afternoon of what was an exciting finals in the BCA's second division 2025 T20 edition. I just want to mention and ask the two teams to assemble. The presentation party, which is led by Dr. Roland Toppin, the CEO, Vice President Mr. Calvin Hope, and Cricket Operations and Development Manager Wendell Coppin. Good evening once again. My name is Sean Brathwaite. Want to welcome you and thank you once again to coming out to support this event. And it has been a spectacular event, and the BCA continues to perform and put on these cricket games every year, and certainly gets bigger and better each year. So we want to give them a round of applause for giving this support and continued support throughout Barbados. At this time, we're going to ask the Vice President of the BCA, Mr. So, the Barbados Prison Service, and the St. John Cultural, who would assemble in front here. We ask you to assemble in front. And certainly spectacular at Greens in St. George. As the two teams assembled, Barbados Prison Service, St. John Cultural, as they assemble. And today lots of performances, wonderful game, and certainly lots of cricketing ability from these two teams, and certainly had a fantastic game here. So thank you the two teams for coming forward. At this time, we have some brief remarks from the Vice President of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Hope.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this plate final. On behalf of the Barbados Cricket Association, its board, management, staff, we thank you all for attending this final. Congratulations to Barbados Prison Service on your win. Tough luck to Dream Cut, St. John Cultural, and we want to thank very much Greens Sports Club for putting on a fantastic afternoon. Facilities very well done, good pitch. Thank you very much. We want to thank our catering providers, the groundsmen, the umpires, and all officials, and our MC and master of ceremonies today. But most of all, to both teams, thank you very much for a very, very good game and very competitive game. So without further ado, I'll pass you back to the MC for the presentation of medals and the trophy.
Thank you, Mr. O. Give him a round of applause to continue to provide such wonderful cricket in Barbados. The Vice President of the Barbados Cricket Association, Calvin Hope. We move on to the next stage, presentation of medals. And at this time, we'll ask the three officiating umpires to come forward. And we ask also Mr. Wendell Coppen, the Cricket Operations and Development Manager, to present these medals to the three officiating umpires. So you ask Mr. DePisa to come forward, the match referee of this game. He would qualify as the third officiating umpire, the match referee, looking as a young man. So that's Mr. DePisa, the match referee. Mr. Coppin, don't go anywhere. We also want you to present the bronze medal to the Barbados Cricket Association scorer, Siobhan Prescott. She's already left. So Ayana Holder is going to collect on her behalf. So give her a round of applause. At this stage, we move on to the Man of the Match award. We had lots of performances today, and certainly a lot of players came out today, showcased their ability to perform. But the man who stand tall, who stood tall between, who took 3 wickets, scored 17 runs. We also asked Dr. Roland Toppin, the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association, to come forward. Dwight Boeing, the man of the match from the Barbados Prison Service. So, Mr. Toppin, I don't want you to go too far. At this point, we want to thank both teams for participating in this competition, and we do hope that you continue to participate in this competition. We're going to present the silver medals to the runners-up, St. John Cultural, and Dr. Roland Toppin, the CEO of the BCA, will do so. So they ask the St. John Cultural side, the captain first, to come forward. And the players can follow after to receive their medals. So that being said, we want to thank, I want to give the round of applause and asking everybody to give a round of applause to the St. John Cultural side for participating, and they'll be the runners up for the 2025 BCA Play 20 over final. We're going to ask the Vice President, Mr. Calvin Hope, to come forward to present the gold medals to the winners, the Barbados Prison Service, with the Captain Kurt Strong coming first.
That's right.
And Strong, I just don't want you to go too far after collecting this. I want to thank you.
Face the camera one more.
So, Mr. Hope don't want to remember. Good evening, Kurt. We've been friends for many years, but coming into this game in this 2025 plate final, and you won the toss, what was your strategy, first of all, and the feeling within the camp when you won the toss?
Yeah, good evening, Gunsmoke. Good evening to everyone at the ground. As they won the toss, I knew I always wanted to bowl first. Just wanted to take the St. John Culture team out of the comfort zone. They played 8 games, they chased in 7, and they won 7. So I just wanted to take them out of the comfort zone, and we did that, and we did it relatively well.
So coming down to the last end, when you were at the crease, and when you got out, you still felt that you had enough batting power to bring it home?
Yeah, Gunsmoke, I always back all of my players from 1 straight down to 15. I back all of my players all the time. Nicola Yardi kept in the team for that specific reason. Anytime he bat 3 balls, I know he can hit 2 for 6.
Well, I want to congratulations. So, Mr. Hope, I don't want to go too far. At this stage, we're going to present the 2025 BCA plate 20 over shield plate, to the captain of the Barbados Prison Service, Kurt Strawn. So we want to acknowledge the 2 assistant superintendents of the prisons here at this game, and we want to really appreciate them for coming out and supporting the Barbados Prison Service. Congratulations to the Barbados Prison Service again, and I'll give them a round of applause. So you can join the team, Kurt, and do your celebrations. We want to thank all that are present, and all the persons and all the agencies who've been involved in making this program a success. And once again, we want to thank you here from the Barbados Cricket Association on behalf of the CEO, the Vice President, the Cricket Operations Manager. We really want to thank you in all. So for the final time here,
All right, so there you have it in terms of the presentation. Yep. So there you have it, the plate. Absolutely tremendous. Kirk Strawn celebrating all right, so the celebrations are very much on. Kirk Strawn very much indeed leading his team, and in the final analysis they really deserve to be champions. I thought they did very well in relation to the whole question of pulling St. John Cultural back, because at one stage it looked as if it had gotten 170, and they really pulled it back. 1 or 2 wobbles, but in the end they got over the line.
Yes, certainly a very good performance from the prison service. Congrats to Kurt Strawn and his team. And as I will go back to the innings when the Cultural side were batting. They had a good start from Von Nurse, and really they kept their heads up, the prison service. They did not give up, and once they got the wicket of Gibson and then that of Nurse, they kept the pressure on. They tightened the screws, and in the end, I really did well to restrict St. John Culture to 152.
All right, so there you have it. Victory for the prison officers, and as you can see on the stream, enjoying themselves. Kirk Strawn said they're going to be partying, and of course, like Biggie Irie, in celebration, we now go home till the morning come. We hope you enjoy this half as much as we enjoy presenting it to you. Greens the venue, St. George the parish. I enjoyed myself immensely. We want to thank the commentators, Donovan Lovell, Ty Babulia, of course, the great work of Harold Eastman, our statistician, but last but certainly not least, Mr. Green and his wonderful team that provided the stream that went from Greens in St. George to all over the world. Finally, it was a good game. It was a game that was enjoyed by all. And celebrations will continue deep into the night. The team that came out on top, the prison officers. Andrew Mason for the final time from Greens in St. George, saying goodbye for now.